Good morning, everybody. Good morning back. Welcome to the second day of our Conference of Society for Intercultural Philosophy on the political dimension of nature and intercultural critique. I'm so happy to meet so many of you early this morning, or maybe in some regions of the world already in the afternoon. You probably thought to see Rolf Elberfeld here this morning. Unfortunately, he fell sick and asked me to take over the moderation of this morning session. So I am happy to introduce our first speakers, but before doing so, let me remind you that the entire conference is live streamed on YouTube. So in case you do not want to be seen on YouTube, please turn off your camera. All right, so this morning we're going to have 3 keynote lectures, and the first is by Professor Meera Baindur from India, and very warm welcome to you, Meera. I'm very glad you join us for this conference, and let me very briefly introduce you to the audience. Meera Baindur currently is an associate professor at the Center for Philosophy and Humanities at Manipal University. She has a doctoral degree from Manipal University in the interdisciplinary area of environmental philosophy, which she completed through the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Earlier, she stayed with village communities in the Himalayas for a few years, working directly on environment and sustainability issues. During this time, she also pursued traditional studies in Indian philosophy and yoga. Her research interests include environmental philosophy and environmental humanities, conceptualization of nature in Indian thought, ecological and environmental ethics. Her recent publications include papers related to the idea of place, and in 2015 she published a book entitled Nature in Indian Philosophy and Cultural Traditions. Working within a framework of environmental philosophy and environmental ethics, Meera Baindur in this book describes and postulates alternative understandings of nature in Indian tradition and thought. And she'll talk about this this morning. Her lectures has the title Nature as Matter of Beings and the Politics of Matter in Indian Traditions and Thought. Thank you very much, Meera, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Neil. Namaste, everyone. A very good morning, afternoon, or evening to you wherever you are, in whichever part of the world you are. I'm so glad to be speaking in an interdisciplinary and intercultural studies conference, because this has been my work in India, where a lot of work is done in not in interdisciplinary frameworks, but mostly in disciplinary frameworks. So until I joined the community of intercultural philosophers and interfaith dialogues, I was quite feeling out of place in the academic circles. But now I'm so grateful for all of you and you're listening today. So today I'm going to attempt something unique and different, which is not traditionally done in philosophical circles. It's a free-flowing read out lecture, but I'm trying not to be too academic, because the paper that I'll write may be, but I'm not sharing my screen or doing any a reading of an academic paper. I'm more interested in explaining certain concepts to you regarding the idea of the matter of beings and how this politics of matter can be an alternative imagination of politics of matter. So before I begin my lecture, I would take time to place before you some of the context or the background of my sources, the way I proceed with the study and this work, and clarify certain things for you so that the work that I speak of will be placed for you in an intellectual and traditional concept. It has been a long standing tradition in philosophers and students, philosophy students in India, to apply frameworks of Western philosophical systems or Eurocentric thought to understand their own traditions. If they were studying films of Amitabh Bachchan, for instance, they would invoke somebody like Habermas. Or if they were trying to understand climate change in a tribal community, they would try and invoke Rancière, or they would invoke Foucault. This framework, it's not perhaps intentionally, but the framework of Western philosophy does create for us a common conceptualization, like when we use the word nature, people from Africa can talk about nature in their traditions, and I in India can talk about nature in my tradition. So in some sense, Western philosophy is not bad or wrong or completely to be thrown away, but used as a kind of a common language of disciplines, of concepts to talk to each other. And I guess that is a kind of a good transformation that is happening in the way we view Eurocentric thought, not as somebody who has hegemonized and occupied our space, but somebody who's helping us communicate. For example, as I speak in English to all of you. In this presentation, I'm attempting something unusual, and I would like to share the background of context in which I place my work. The first context is when I talk about the word Indian traditions of thought or Indian intellectual traditions. I know that there you can call it Sanskritic traditions or Brahminical traditions or Hindu traditions, but owing to the kind of difficult political situation in my own country, I would not want to use these words. They are trigger words, and they make it very politically uncomfortable, because if any of the political people hear this talk or listen to this paper, it's likely to be assimilated or fought against, and it becomes a controversy. So I do not like that, and therefore I will stick to the word Indian traditions of thought, or Indian intellectual traditions, or Indian traditions and thought. Because I also want to say that the word Indian is not a territorial or a geographical marker. It's rather a loose term for a multicultural tradition of pluralistic cultures and peoples who occupy the world that I live in, which would include people from South Asia, sometimes people even the diaspora. So it's not very rigid, and it's not geopolitical in nature. So that is about the word Indian. When I say Indian, I mean it in a very loose sense. The second is the way my paper is inspired is by living experiences. So I started working in the kitchen, helping my mother and my grandmother at a very young age. And I belong to a tradition of women knowledge transmitters. We launched the home medicine, or we call them home remedies, or local cooking techniques in India. You know, Indian cooking is very, very unique and has various different kinds of varieties. And as you live in the kitchen with your mothers and your grandmothers and your neighbors and your aunties and your uncles, you kind of pick up these traditions and you pick up these practices. And so my paper today is drawn from this wonderful world of kitchens and cooking, because I believe creation is also a kind of a giant kitchen. Nature is also a giant kitchen for me. In that sense, I'm speaking from an ecofeminist perspective, where home becomes the center of looking at the world. Concepts, therefore, that I speak of are embodied and living. They're lived concepts, they're drawn from experience. The third is the idea is of the method that I use for looking at concepts in Indian traditions. I rely on a methodology called methodology of translation, which is suggested by my mentor and philosopher, Dr. Sundar Sarukkai. Simply said, in a very brief way, the methodology of translation works like this. We take a word, a concept carrying term, let us say nature or philosophy, and translate it and look for translations in our own culture or our own language. For instance, take the word philosophy. It is translated as darshana or darshan in Indian thought. So when we translate philosophy inside the Greek tradition where it belongs, the term philosophy carries the meaning of love of wisdom, right? It carries a conceptual meaning which says you love intellectual wisdom, gaining knowledge. So it's connected with the idea of knowledge. Whereas when you look at the term darshan, which is used in translation, darshan, when it goes back to your own culture and you ask what is darshan, darshan is a special term that is used for when you view or when you go and go to a temple and stand before God, you're having a darshan of God. It's a kind of an experiential perspective. It's a kind of vision. It's a kind of immersive vision. Like when you're presented to, in the old days, when you were presented to the queen saw you and you would see the queen. I know Diana Eck has a wonderful book on it called Darshan that actually expounds the meaning of this term. So, when we look at philosophy as darshan, as a vision, you can think about revisioning. You can think about intervisioning. You can think about vantage points, perspectives, perception. So the idea of philosophy therefore expands itself from the love of wisdom, an epistemic platform, to the love of experience, to the experiencing of a vantage point or of a particular world view, if you want to call it, right? We don't stop with that. If we stop with that, then we are just doing something like comparative philosophy, right? But if you want to go and be truly intercultural, you go back to philosophy and ask, what is darshan about you? Philosophy, tell me, how are you about visioning, about reimagining, revisioning your world? So then there's a kind of a dialogue created by the act of translation. And the more number of words you can find to translate into, the more of this dialogue is set in place. And so when I did this, I did not know there was already a rich tradition of intercultural philosophy which was doing this. So I had a lot of flank from my disciplinary friends saying, what on earth are you doing trying to do this kind of dialogue between disciplines? Either do comparison or do critique. What are you doing this? Why are you doing this dialogue? So I found this very useful in studying concepts with the environment. This allows us to explore the conceptualization, and because terms, particularly the technical ones that carry conceptual meanings, allows for intercultural enrichment, expansiveness, inclusion, and allows also for the association of ideas through the act of translation. So darshan has a whole family of ideas, and philosophy has a whole family of ideas that are connected to it, different concepts. And when we dialogue between darshan and philosophy, we can dialogue between the ideas associated with darshan and associated with philosophy. So in all my work so far, I've been using this method quite freely, and I thought I would add this as a kind of a context or a background for the methodology that I follow when I'm working with texts from my own culture. I would also like to kind of answer two questions which always turn up in any international talk I give about Indian philosophy. It's linked to a kind of a decoloniality caveat or a decoloniality question. The first question is, usually I do this because I do this in every talk. I've decided to do this in every talk as a part of my lecture itself, because it's a question that will actually take away from what I'm talking, because you keep wondering about this. So let me answer that question before even we enter the talk. Sort of preemptive of me, but I think it has happened quite enough, so I would answer these questions. One is, many of the ideas that I take are from very pre-modern traditions because the textual references are found there. So when you're writing a paper, you need to cite these, right? So I take the terminologies from Sanskritic traditions, Brahminical traditions. So the question is, are these pre-modern concepts capable of being used in modern contexts, in environmental problems? Because the environment then and the environment now are very different. So can we use words from the Vedas, for instance, from the Vedic corpus, and ethics from there to actually, in the modern context of today's pollution and sustainability and things like that? So the point is that what I noticed in my work, because we are environmental humanities, we also do field work. We also look into the field. We do certain kinds of phenomenological, hermeneutical work. So we find that when we go out in the field and talk to the people, many concepts related particularly to nature and environment, religion, and socio-cultural ethos are lived concepts. They may not have a deep philosophical and textual foundation for their usage in the modern world, but terms like karma, dharma, prakriti, words related to religion and philosophy are very freely used by the people. Even texts of like Ayurvedic codified knowledges, like they would say, oh, are you having indigestion? You have too much vata. And vata is a very technical term used in Ayurvedic traditions, but common people tend to use these terms in a very not very deep foundational. They're not thinking and doing logic, and they're not analyzing this, but they tend to use these terms, and you will find them in the everyday use of language and metaphors and idiomatic uses. Because this is because the concepts are not mere textual studies of these concepts, but these lived concepts that I call them are transmitted through linguistic, language, social learning, and performative traditions. Performative traditions actually crystallize many of these concepts through oral stories, hagiographies, retellings of mythologies, also idiomatic expressions used in everyday. And along with this, parallelly, you have a very strictly codified Sanskritic tradition of textual traditions, which also exists. For instance, in many academic circles, these Sanskritic traditions have come to represent Indian philosophy, which for the other traditions of thought, such as the traditions of oral traditions or the performative traditions or traditions of the dispossessed and the marginalized, are not being given enough attention in philosophical circles. So very few people actually, and very few people say that there are no texts for the Dalits, who are the so-called marginalized communities in India. They don't have texts describing nature, but they have an oral tradition. They have a way of living. They have lived concepts within their tradition. But when we do philosophy, we tend to ignore those traditions because they're not considered authoritative or valid sources. So what happens is we have a lopsided view of philosophy in our academic circles. I do not mean to say that these Brahminical traditions of Sanskrit texts are all Brahminical only. There are rich traditions of Buddhist and Jaina texts, and also Sanskrit texts, which do not subscribe to the hegemonic or the mainstream tradition of Hinduism. The words that I use and explore in this paper are not similarly abstract philosophical terms, though they may be referred to in text. They're understood in their shared meanings within the culture, particularly among those who have not lost their touch with their roots and their language. As far as the second question that I get asked is, do the concepts of the East, are they going to help the problems caused by Western ways of thinking, or will it not be exploitative, like we exploited the colonial exploitation of the colonized for the resources, and now it will be like a colonization of ideas. For that, I think as a person who is post-colonial and in a colony that is just recovering its own intellectual traditions, it's not a question that I must be answering. It's a question that disciplines that want to share our knowledge need to ask about, I like what yesterday's plenary speaker in the evening said, an equivalence, an intersubjectivity of sharing knowledges, rather than looking for, how will you take a knowledge of another culture and dialogue with it without claiming it for your own, or without colonizing that epistemic discipline for yourself. And I think there are enough resources for us in the modern world to do that without causing harm or damage to the original tradition from where that knowledge comes. So my purpose in doing this paper is the project of generating ideas within my own culture to answer problems within my own tradition. And it should not depend on me whether I should not do this or do this. Should not depend on whether somebody is going to exploit me or not. I think there's a kind of an epistemic right over one's own culture one has to put forward what one thinks about it without being afraid of being colonized. Having laid out this foundational context of my paper, I am going into the first part of my paper on the matter of beings. So there is a wonderful book on intercultural philosophy, Hyun Chen, edited by Hyun Chen. I hope I'm pronouncing Sun Chen, I think his name is. Apologies for the pronunciation. He, in an essay called What is Intercultural Philosophy, he suggests that concepts in different culture do not subscribe to the what question. He says that Occidental philosophy prefers the essentialist inquiry of what, whereas other traditions and cultures may not prefer the question of what. So following his suggestion, I moved away from the question, what is the matter of being, or what is the nature that is the matter of beings, and asked the question, how is the nature of the matter of beings? Or in what form is the nature present in beings? And when I ask these questions, the first question I got the answer was in the form of the 5 elements, which are much discussed in philosophical traditions. These are the earth, water, fire, air, and akasha, a kind of 5 elements, and the entire universe is supposed to be materially composed of these 5 elements. We have a rich theory of creation based on these 5 elements. Interestingly, the difference between the Greek atomic theory and the atomic theory of Indian philosophy, Vaisheshika, is that our atoms are qualitative in these 5 elements. And combinations of these 5 elements gives the entire universe. Now, there is a lot of study on this, so I have done some work on it, but in this paper, I'm not going to touch upon that. I'm moving on to a different conceptualization of nature, as I said, the kitchen theory of the world. For that, I rely on 2, a common adage, something that somebody told me when I was visiting some heritage village. A worker was mixing clay with mud. And when I was just giving him a kind of a conversation, asking him what he was doing and the consistency of the clay for paving the wall, he told me, human beings are nothing but clay and mud. They're like a pot. We mix some water and we mix some soil, and that is creation. So, this is how I pull the concept out from the field. I asked him, what is this? He says, everything in this world is either water or land. And that for me was an interesting way that the concept was living in people. And a great many other people also told me that you're mostly mud and water. I'm made of mud and water. I'm made of mud and water. So this kind of conversation sent me to the text to look for where does this come from? Is there a codified way in which we can refer to this? And I found this in the kitchen and in the Vedic corpus. The 2 words that are concepts that I explore here are rasa, which is basically juicy savor, and annam, which is food. Both these terms come from the Vedic corpus, and rasa can be described as a juicy savor and anna as solid food that we consume to stay alive. Our body is made of food. We must reiterate that food is not the nourishing only the physical body, but it also nourishes the mental and the intellectual bodies. In the Indian cultural traditions or philosophical traditions, we're supposed to have 5 bodies: mental body, karmic body, the intellectual body, and so on and so forth. So let's look at rasa. A passage in the Upanishad refers to rasa as a sort of foundational juicy fluid. Okay? It supports and sustains and lends savor to life itself. I will just chant the first line of it in Sanskrit because it sounds so beautiful. Esham bhutanam prithvi dasa. It says, the beings, the rasa of these beings is the earth. And then the Upanishad continues and says, the rasa of the earth is waters. The rasa of the waters is vegetation. The rasa of the vegetation is a human being. And the rasa of human beings is speech. And the rasa of speech is the ritmanta, the logical, chanted, non-musical tonic mantras. The rasa of Rit mantra is the musical Sama mantras. The Sama mantras go a little more lyrically, a little more musically, a little more aesthetically. And of the Sama mantras, Udgita, or the word Om, is the rasa. The final savoring foundational principle of the world is Om, or the cosmic principle, a term used to symbolically represent the vital principles or the principle of fluidity and savor in the world is rasa. On the other hand, annam, or the solid food, is said to be Brahman, or the supreme consciousness. When we look at rasa as Udgita or rasa as Om, Om is the term or the speech which is used to refer to Brahman. So it's like a naming principle, right? And Annam itself is actually Brahman itself. So the ontological status of Brahman is equated to that of food. So the matter of being seems to encompass two things, food and rasa. Food and rasa, Annam and rasa, become the nature that moves through beings. Rasa, a juicy materiality that moves from the material to the subtle, because it moves from the earth through the plants to the human beings, to speech, to the sounds, and from the sounds it moves to Om, or the Udgita. Similarly, the Annam, the solid matter, moves through the bodies of all the creatures to being consumed and building up of the bodies of beings. So the earth, the food from the earth moves into the plant and becomes the body of the plant. The plant's body becomes the food of the vegetation eaters and becomes the body of the vegetation eaters. Then the vegetation eaters become the food for the meat eaters, and that goes into their body and becomes the body of the meat eaters, and so on and so forth, like a food cycle. We know that very biologically also, it's sort of, it's a kind of a parallel to that. Let us look at the idea of rasa in a bit more detail to understand what is rasa. Rasa is an interdisciplinary term within the philosophical tradition itself, and it helps to understand rasa both as flavor or savor in the food traditions and the medicinal traditions of India, as well as within the aesthetic traditions, where it is a very important word to clarify what concept does rasa represent. From the food tradition, we understand rasa lends diversity to food. A rasa is often equated very ordinarily to the taste of food, because the word that uses to classify rasa, sweet, sour, bitter, astringent, all these are called the rasas of food. And in Ayurveda also we talk about bitter and sweet foods. So rasa is often very, in the layman's term, used to talk about the taste or the flavor of food. But the word I'm using for rasa is savor. And savor is an experience. Savor is not present inside the food, but in the experience of tasting. When we read the text, we realize that it is not confined to the sensible qualities of food alone. It is definitely discernible by flavors, but it pervades everything. In medical terminologies, rasa is embedded in the relations between the complex classification of food, with terms such as light, digestible, non-digestible, etc. Rasa can be infused into food with spices and causes matter itself to transform its internal qualities. For example, adding salt to pepper would enhance, not enhance saltiness, but will enhance the acrid taste or savor. Savor is an experiential process that is produced by the interaction of the being with the matter that the being consumes. The combination of different savors produces hot qualities that are fiery food, the qualities that produce cold or moon-like calming foods. Rasa is further constituted by the combinations of the 5 elements, water, fire, air, earth, and ether or akasha. And varieties of matter are produced because of the number of combinations that are possible between the rasas and the elements. These rasas are not exclusive or inclusive, but they exist along a scale from sweet, acid, salty to astringent. Wine tasters would understand what I mean by the word savor rather than flavor, because there is a kind of a gradation of sweetness to astringent. So pre-modern Indian thought saw the world and nature constituted like a kitchen, food and its flavors, creating varieties of being and their common interrelations. I refer extensively to the work of Zimmerman here, Jungle and the Aroma of Meat, who has done a lot of study on the traditions of Ayurveda. I have also done work on the original sources that he says and looked up the texts of Ayurveda themselves in Sanskrit. But for the convenience of people here, I would refer back to Zimmerman so you kind of get a comprehensive view, because he's done a fantastic job in putting together these original sources in a cohesive understanding of Indian cuisine and biogeographical conditions, nature and food. He quotes from another book in his text. The seers of the Vedic time quite literally saw what was a universe in a kitchen, the chemistry of rasa, dilute or sublimate. To feed one is to feed of nature's kingdoms, stars, waters, earth, plants, and fauna. To further understand rasa within the interconnectedness paradigm, it is useful to break away from food and look at the aesthetic traditions a bit. The rasa is an experience that emerges in the aesthetic traditions of particularly performative traditions. And one of the things that gives the feeling of rasa or the experience of savor in aesthetic traditions is intersubjectivity or sahridaya. My student my PhD student who has completed his doctoral studies works extensively on the idea of sahridaya or same-heartedness. That is so important for the rasa experience. The rasa experience emerges from two relations: sakhya, a communion or intimacy with the performative tradition and with the audience, and sahridaya, a collective heartedness. So as an audience watches a play, there is a kind of a unification or a same-heartedness that is set up between the individuals that merges into a collective consciousness of a particular mood or a savor, which could be a savor of romance, a genre of love, a genre of anger, a genre of sublimated responses to the performative tradition. Abhirava Gupta translates this term as samajika or social. He says it's important to have a social understanding before we can savor something. And therefore, rasa is not only something that is intrinsic, but it is also cultivated. You can cultivate rasa, you can cultivate taste by engaging with people and learning from each other how to taste wine or how to taste coffee or how the tastes of different things are there. So it is not universal as much as it is a sublimated collective experience that you can talk about. This is a movement from individual pleasure to aesthetic delight, from the personal to the intersubjective. And therefore, I think rasa therefore represents a term that talks about connectivities between not only the human experience, but also the nature's experience of human and the human experience of nature and other beings. So as a matter, it is actually something that transcends matter into the collective matter. If you want to use a Deleuzian term, it represents an assemblage. So I'm not very sure whether assemblage captures rasa or rasa catches assemblage. But you can see the connections between the aesthetic and the natural that spring forth in this idea of rasa. So rasa is not mere taste, and it's social and it's political in materiality, requiring relations between humans and nature and between humans and humans, transcending from the personal to the intersubjective, not the objective. It allows for the loss of oneself. And that's why we say sometimes when you taste a good food, we say, I'm lost in the taste. Or when we see a beautiful thing, we say, I'm lost in it. Because it removes us from the personal and moves us into this interconnected space where we are able to dialogue with other beings, other than us, the non-self. So seeking rasa in the food becomes an ethical act. We savor food and water that are the savor of nature itself. We absorb nature into our experience within our bodies. We merge and emerge in nature through the idea of rasa. For savor to be, so that now I move on to the next part, that is annam. For savor to be contained or held or transmitted, it needs a body. In Indian diet or elsewhere, we call this as bhojya, or the ground mortar that is held and can embody the savors. This is common across all cooking traditions in the world, whether it is bread or tapioca or rice or meat or lentils. Something is needed to carry the flavor. These base foods are referred to as annam, or food, in its material form. Many texts, the food and its flavors, like speech and life, form a co-constitutive element of creation. Of course, in later philosophy, this is drawn into Purusha and Prakriti, nature and the being. In Sankhya, Knut Jacobson has written a very big book on the concept of Prakriti, if people want to read up on nature as it's represented in the Sankhya tradition. While rasa creates diversity of savor, the unifying experience as an intersubjective awareness, rasa starts by being diverse and then brings about the unifying experience of an intersubjective collective. For example, all of us who drink Coke know what the rasa of Coke is. On the other hand, annam starts as collective. The food is commonly served to us. And then it goes into our body and becomes individual and personal and builds our body. We respond to it in a very personal way, which is where, again, I refer back to the health traditions to understand annam. Though there are many passages within the Upanishad that describe the importance of food and body in a Vedic corpus, the traditions of India or the healing traditions such as Ayurveda, they are very, very detailed about what is food. And inside the kitchen, our women and the people who cook also rely on food, not only for intellectual development or for remedies or home remedies. It's almost like there are so many idiomatic expressions in food that if I collect all of them together, it will form a very good book of knowledge, local knowledge traditions. For example, we say to people that don't trust him. He has eaten the food of many places. So what does that adage mean? What does that idiomatically represent? It means that once you have eaten some food, the food comes from the soil. So the properties of a biogeographic region get in the food, and then from the food, they move into your body and they make your body. So when you're living in the same place and eating the same food, the properties of that soil get into you and you belong to the land belongs to you. There's a kind of a material connection, matter connection between you and the land. Your connection with food makes you a geopolitical or a geoterritorial or a biogeographical inhabitant of that earth or that soil or that region. When you move to many regions and have different soiled foods or foods that have properties of different soils, your character is unstable because the matter in your body is also mixed. And therefore, you are a very unstable character. People cannot make out that you're from this region. This is also a very pre-modern concept that when you went to a place, they would ask you, which region are you from? And there would be stereotypes about the region or the soil or the food of that region. Even today, when you talk about the North and South Indians, people in the South call the North people chapati eaters, and people in the South North call the South Indians rice eaters. And there's a kind of a stereotype associated with rice eating and chapati eating, which is it's a complete stereotype. But you can see how the concept of what you eat, you are what you eat, and what you eat comes from the land that you grow it on, is very deeply embedded in the cultural tradition. Annam is defined in the Taittiriya Upanishad as adyate atti cha bhutani tasmad annam tadujyate, which actually means by this, by food, beings exist and eat, and hence it's called annam. Atti, adyate, noun as it, they exist, and therefore it is that which gives existence, or annam, that which gives sustenance. In the link between the human being and the environment that Zimmerman records, it's set in place through the act of chara. Now, chara means to gather and eat. Okay, grazing would be a good word, but chara actually means food walk, right? So when you do a grocery run, you're actually doing a food walk. You're gathering food, right? You're gathering food from different regions. So when you go to a grocery store and you pick up, let us say, Vietnamese rice, sticky rice, you're actually picking up the soil of Vietnam grown in that soil. So you can imagine that the biogeographical content of Vietnam is inside the Vietnamese sticky rice, which is entering your body. Therefore, your body contains the world of Vietnam inside it through the soil. It's kind of that kind of imagination of the health tradition, which makes annam a body building or a molecule building or a matter building inside your physical body. All this is through the act of chara. You go there and you gather that food. So a food walk, as what you call, chara is quoted in the Ayurvedic traditions as both land, like marshy land. It includes water, air, and dry land. I'm aware that it sort of sounds similar to the Greek theory of air, water, and the environment, which was an ancient Greek idea. But Ayurveda more or less reflects the same kind of theory of your internal makeup or your internal content. I would prefer a more ecological or a biological term that is like habitat or niche to describe chara. Chara is therefore a relationship word and an action word that links the human to the earth that she lives off on. Of course, within the natural tradition, cooking and contribution of women is hardly mentioned, but we know that women also are the ones who actually gather and create this food at home. So the way they cook is also contributing to the idea of chara. Moving and consuming remind us of the modern ways in which we gather and eat food, from where our food comes, who is the matter of our food, who has made our food, how is the matter of our food cooked and served, in what way do we consume that food, do we eat with our hands, or are we eating when we are happy or sad? So the whole object of food becomes an ethical act where nature is embodied into our own bodies, into our very being. So when this connection between the land, food, cooking, gathering is put together, then we find that there is a political that gets embedded in the act of gathering. And this political, we often think of food as divorced from nature, but that's where our food comes from. It comes from the soil. And even if you're eating something which is completely, say, popcorn or something, somewhere there at the end, if you go to the source of it, is some landscape or some soil that has given rise to it, right? So depending on place, food has geographical properties like dryness, and rasa is also given by the place, that every place has its own rasa. Food is therefore accommodative subjectively as what can be properly digested by the individual. Therefore, it becomes from the collective, the common, to the individual. And at the same time, it is environmentally given, because what can you find in the place where you're living in? So chara is a matter of agency as much as it is a matter of destiny. In this dual relationship between acquisition of food from nature and also from not only from food gathering, but also agroecologically understood, your grocery store run, the body that is co-constituted by this food creates the politics of matter in two ways. One, which I'm not talking about in this paper, but hope to address at a later point, is the politics of the belief system of pure foods and impure foods that leads to the infamous caste system in India. And therefore, there are lots of bans on food sacred food, eating meat, not eating meat. So I do not want to touch upon that in this paper here. But the second way I would like to talk about is the reversal of a polis, where interrelationships of human beings from the polis to an ecopolis, where we're talking about the ecopolitics. And ecopolitics is only possible through our relationship to the nature, through something where each and every human being interacts with the nature. You know, not everybody in a city gets to go and be with a tree or hug a tree. Half the time in the university, I'm spending it in a building made of concrete. The maximum nature I would see is a spider on the wall in my day. But every day I consume food. And so food becomes a way, a pathway into connection with nature. We think that because somewhere in some Western traditions, food was considered to be cultural and nature was different from culture, food becomes a disconnected part of the environment. But actually, food is our only connection to the environment. Ecopolis is a relationship where humans become a part of the ecology through the act of being consumed and also consuming. Every human being becomes constitutive of the landscape from where the food comes, even if you don't live on that landscape. And this resonates in the relationship of the land among so many indigenous communities. And these kind of ideas, I think, have come to us from the first peoples that have been codified into the Ayurvedic text. And to conclude, I'm in the concluding part of my talk here. So to share the matter with the land through a very intimate act of eating, a collective is generated, a community of eaters who eat from the same land, share the same food, and share the cuisine. And that they live within the land. Even if they're away from the land lives in them. We become eaters and givers of food at the same time. There are two ways in which this landscape will lend itself into both therapeutic and dietary practices. The global south, with its struggle to manage populations and climate, cannot afford the ethics of preservation and ethics without addressing the immense problem of food and agroecology. The matter of beings for us is food, and our ethics that center around food are most essential to understand and recover our relationship with the environment. In fact, the Upanishad ends with a prayer that is often considered mystical, but it actually represents the ethical attitude we should have towards nature. The prayer says, I am food, aham annam, aham annado, I am the eater of food, aham shlokakrit, I am blessed. The politics of matter must manifest itself in the ecopolis rather than in the polis of the intrahuman. We situate ourselves into the very fundamental act of eating and living off the land. Food, in some sense, translates into interculturality when we see food as flavor or savor cuisine. The health traditions asked us to eat local and adapt a local diet that is also a kind of, when we follow these traditions of eating local, we suddenly start to realize, we also realize the problems with the environment when we do this. When I started looking for a local millet where I live in Jaipur, I suddenly found that that local millet is no longer being grown. And then I realized the environmental problems associated with the dryness or the extreme temperatures that are hitting Rajasthan. We're having more rains, so the dry crops are no longer growing properly. And therefore, this particular millet that was grown twice a year is only now grown in the hot, dry months. So the awareness of food and where it comes from becomes an ethical act and becomes a way for us to approach the polis or the politics of environment. So paying attention to my chara, paying attention to my food walk, to my grocery run, I become environmentally aware and environmentally caring and become a part of a landscape that I co-inhabit with my collective or my community. The idea of how you chara leads to the idea of what you chara. Therefore, by setting up the question, what shift is required for me to change my chara or my food walk? In conclusion, I would like to say the rasa as savor is a sort of creative of a community of like-savoring individuals who have a savor and a flavor as well as common food. It becomes political in moving attention to the act of eating as an ethical act towards the environment. Where do I get my food from? what matter sustains me, and this moves us to approach our environment as a food giver and a life giver. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meera Baindur, for this very nice and interesting lecture. Listening your considerations on the interculturality of food, I thought, well, that's exactly what we do when traveling, right? Traveling to another country, first thing we do is eat and get the flavors of the food there, and sometimes it is the first thing we remember when we remember the countries visited. So thank you a lot. We do have some time for questions and answers, so please take the chance for discussion. There has been a very first question in the chat by Luis Müller. Would you like to ask the question yourself, Luis Müller?
Interest of Indians who, well, do not eat from the locality but take their food from elsewhere. What is the approach towards Indians in the diaspora? What is the effect of this philosophy on how they perceive Indians who left the country?
The people who have left the country have eaten of other soil. So they are not, if you look at them, there's a kind of a distrust inside the locals. There's a kind of a envy at one time because they're materially better off. But also people tell them that when you look at the local, it's like, my uncle is abroad. He won't understand what we are going through. So the kind of community, they lose their community. They found their own community abroad, but there is no sense of the collective. So there are a lot of movies, for instance, where there's a lot of teasing of people who've gone abroad and they come back and their children don't know to eat with the hands. There's a kind of a joke about it, that you have lost your tradition. So similar to migrants who move away from the land and have lost their tradition, there exists a kind of a sadness which is manifested in a kind of a humor, or manifested as a kind of a loss. There's a sense of a loss. In the older traditions, going abroad was not even considered as a good thing. Because of the neoliberal economy, people are going abroad. But migration is not bad or wrong, because you can go and become the soil. But until you eat from that country and live in that country, you are considered to be, you become of that country, not our country. So our land, right? And you would find that very crazy Indians take the rasa, they carry their little packets of food from India. I do that. When I came to Germany, I had my rice packets, instant packets, just set up. Like I used to sit in Berlin and boil my local lentils and make chapatis and eat. So there's a kind of carrying food, which you'll find every Indian's luggage in the airport will have a few of these spicy flavors and the masalas and the powders. And when I went to US and tried to cook something for my friends in the US, it didn't work out because the spices did not have the flavor that they had from the land, right? So in that sense, I believe that it's good if they go there. I know this king of Jaipur actually took soil in a carpet. And when he went to visit the Queen of England, he had that soil spread on the carpet and he would only step on his soil. So officially, he didn't step off the soil of India. He literally carried mud from here. So, and he also had like 2 or 3 big jars of Ganga Jal with him. So he drank off the Indian water. So that there's also this other thing that people go and they go abroad, they used to lose caste, they used to lose the community. They couldn't intermarry. So that was a more horrible social custom. But even then you can see how people are responding to this by doing all this, carrying food and carrying flavors and carrying stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's also very interesting for diaspora studies to know more about. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We got quite a few more questions. Yes, Ram, I've seen you. First is Vanessa Weigold, please.
Yeah, good morning, or whatever time it is at your place. Thank you for the talk. It was very inspiring. It made me think of Robin Wall Kimmerer's epiphany in the beans. Yeah, she is. She's talking about care. Mother Earth is caring for us. Is there something similar in the thinking of in the Indian thinking of nature as a kitchen?
Yes, there is, because mothers cook, right? And so the earth offers. So we find this quite. I have done extensive work on mother and also the ecofeminist critique of mother as nature, because women are associated with sacrifice and kind of ill-treated in Indian traditions or patriarchal traditions. So it fails to. Mother Earth is a nice concept. We have women as goddess on one side, and at the other time, we have women being ill-treated. And a lot of this also has to do with colonial thought and the way we portray the ideal women, because the Indian woman has to be modern, yet she has to be traditional, because she's better than the European women. So the idea of women itself underwent a lot of mess during the colonial period. But the pre-colonial period, it's very interesting. The earlier people used to bury their. So the womb, you come from the womb of the earth and you go back into the womb of the earth. And literature traditions, literally, you would be pastoral, but your agroecology would be scatter seeds and grow the crop kind of thing. So you would ask mother to nourish your seed and give. There are rituals where you put little seeds into before your agroecological, like before you sow, you would create a little temple where you would put all the crops, samples of all the crops you want to sow inside a little hole, and offer that to Mother Earth and say, these are the seeds I'm going to sow. So Mother recognized them. And so when I sow the crops, know that these are my seeds. So kind of a little ceremony that is done. The earth also undergoes menstruation. And so during that time, crops are not sown. Women's feet are not supposed to touch the earth during that time. She's untouchable. Plow is not supposed to be used. So lots of agroecological traditions which connect the idea of motherhood and nature. And it's always Dharti Mata, it's always mother. That got mixed up with nationalism. So we are a little careful when we talk about that, because Dharti Mata becomes Mother India, and Mother India becomes, these are my children and these are not my children because you're from a different religion. So we kind of are careful around that nowadays, but it is there. There's a rich tradition of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meera. Next question is by Markus Wirtz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting talk. I think it's very, very important to highlight the importance of the question of taste and flavor, which is probably the most underestimated sense in Western philosophy, because there is an appreciation of the intellectual taste, the aesthetics of Kant, for instance, but the palate delights are always disqualified. So I think the question of food should be put in forward in philosophy. On the other hand, I wonder how this traditional appreciation of food and land and soil matches with industrial production of food that we see today. We have global production chains from all over the world. Sometimes 10 or more countries participate in the production of food. So how can we keep this contact with land and soil if we have this modern agricultural industry? Is this really possible to feel this taste again when we see the global production of food? Of course, there is also a movement going back to more biological, ecological production of food, but sometimes they say that it's more a question for urban intellectual elites who can really pay biological food, which is more expensive, something like this. And there is also a kind of hybridization of taste. You know, I personally, I wouldn't like only to eat German food. It would be quite boring. And now the tastes are really globalized. And so we can choose between Japanese, Indian, American food, whatever we want in global cities. So we have to reframe thinking of food in our the global production of food and also the ecological needs that we confronted with.
Okay, thank you for that question. So the first part of your question regarding this whole modernization of food and the global food industry, we have a very strong resistance to that in India. While we are okay with manufacturing our own foods like the masala powders and savories that we eat and sweets and all, we are okay with that. But the moment they tried to bring in, they tried to hybridize brinjal, the entire nation rose up in activism. Because food for the Indian cuisine, as I said, within the kitchens, it is a medicine. So you would use a particular kind of pepper if you had indigestion. So it's not about just the taste, it's also about the health and what you can assimilate. So every time I have some gas or a flatulence, I would use a hing, which is asafoetida, in water, and I would drink it so that my flatulence goes away. Now, this is home medicine. It's something like you have a headache, you have something, you have a fever, you have something. So food as medicine is very important. And if you try to globalize that food, even if people are going to McDonald's and going there, people are aware that McDonald's will not give you health. There's so much of embedded healthy eating inside the traditional cuisine of India. And that's why the cuisine is so rich, so regional. The Punjabi food is not the same as the Tamil Nadu food. In fact, between villages here, you would have different ways of cooking. So it's so localized. And so when they try to bring in, for example, they have hybrid tomatoes, which are very good for salad. They're very solid. They're very nice looking, so you can decorate your food with it. You usually use these foods for festive occasions, so it's occasional food. But the actual everyday food, people will go back and ask for nutty tomatoes, local tomatoes, which are really plastic, small, juicy, but they have an acrid taste, an astringent taste, which is kind of, you would find that boring food is what you go back to, like ratatouille, to when you need help and comfort. So in that sense, I think it is a fight for food, which is local, is more about a fight for the savors being more than just sensibility of taste. So that's why I use the word savor rather than flavor. Flavor is very addictive, but savor is healthy and adds the matter. And I think politically moving into, there are movements like the slow food movement, the homegrown food. You just look at the number of home gardens springing up, even in urban areas. It shows that people are ready for that kind of thing. And I'm sure it will work out in a way. The recent farmers' protests were actually over a kind of reclamation of this. The only problem right now is that a lot of this is happening in the patriarchal public space. When it comes down to the kitchens and the women start protesting, it's going to be much more difficult for people to handle. When they tried to make one brinjal out of many brinjals, Monsanto came in with brinjal genetically modified food. The entire nation said no, because everyone knew that if you use this kind of brinjal, it can bring on libido. Whereas when you use the other kind of brinjal, you don't know whether libido will increase or not. So they actually, Monsanto did not know the culture of our country. Brinjal causes, it's a libido, it's our Viagra. So if you interfere with brinjal, you're interfering with a very primordial drive. And I was laughing my way through because people did not want to say this out directly, right? They were very shy to say that brinjal, this kind of brinjal causes it, you shouldn't do it with it. So brinjal is safe. Similarly, so many little things, right? So I think food, therefore, I think more than just the favor, if you start looking at the savor, you will go back to eating boring food. But if you chew it slowly, and if you add the right additives, go back to the kitchens of a little more ancient preparation. We don't spend as much time preparing food. A food cooked on the grill is not the same as heated up in the microwave. When we try to cook local food in the microwave and give up the traditional ways of preparation of food, then it becomes, you know, we don't need chefs, we need cooks at home.
We have to come to an end in just a few minutes, and we got at least 3 more questions, and I would like to take these questions, but please try to keep your answer, well, the questions and your answer as short as possible. So next is Ramal, please.
Yes. Let me hear now. Yeah, thank you so much. First, I want to congratulate you for this well-documented and well-argued lecture. And for the last, I just wanted to touch one point with regard to Indian aesthetics. You very well documented that even our theory of Brahman, from the food level to the Ananda level, it is a bliss. So there is a connection. Only one thing I wanted to say with regard to the aesthetic tradition, very rich Indian aesthetic tradition. In my lectures here for the last, say, more than 40 years, I sometimes talk to the students about Indian aesthetics, and they wondered, is there any aesthetics in India? And I give you one example. In somewhere 1830-35, 3 big universities in India, Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, were opened. And all the different departments were there, as in Oxford and somewhere else, but there was no philosophy department, and you can see the argument was philosophy is only European. Now comes the aesthetics. No literature, no aesthetic tradition. And now the written, the argument was, Indian aesthetics, I quote, Indian aesthetics is far too erotic to be an academic discipline at the university. And that is the problem at present here. When I talk to my students here in Germany, they simply wonder, is there any aesthetic tradition? And that is what you just said in a very argumentative way. So my problem is, but that is interculturally and interreligiously, desire to understand and desire to be understood are 2 sides of the same hermeneutic coin. And the desire to understand is still missing from the European side in the academic level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. You'll be glad to know there are philosophy departments. We've situated ourselves inside liberal arts, and we said there is a very good philosophy courses that are happening, and JNU has a very good aesthetic department now. Aesthetics, and in fact, we didn't find a correct translation of Nati Shastra aesthetic Abhinav Gupta's translation. So me and my student are actually sitting and translating Abhinav Gupta on the Nati Shastra. So luckily, there are people now who are working on Rasa aesthetics, and a lot of good philosophers, excellent Sanskritists are working on it. And the recent book by Garfield and Nalini Bhushan has got 2 chapters. I think it's called Indian Philosophy in English. It's got 2 chapters, one by Hiriyanna and one by K.C. Bhattacharya on Indian aesthetics and Rasa. Very well written chapters. I use them in my teaching. And I understand your intercultural difficulty. That's why I started my lecture by answering 2 questions right away. I guess that is to set the context of the question. Thank you so much for your comment. I'll keep that in mind and maybe address it in some of the other work that I do. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 last questions, but we're running out of time. So let's take the 2 questions together. And Meera, please, you answer 2 questions in a row, okay? Elise Kokaro, you are next, and then Gabriela Alex.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your talk. What I really appreciated is that I think food is very able way to embrace the plurality that exists also philosophically in India, maybe the only, in a way, the only entrance into the plurality of India. And I just had a question. I mean, one of the specificity that is also a problem in India is that we have both a very literary, very serious and old and encyclopedic literary traditions, together with a very multiple and unrecorded oral traditions. And I was very interested at the beginning that you started from the kitchen because it was a way into these oral traditions. But then you continued with Ayurveda categories, which have also a very old textual traditions. And so if I wanted to push it a bit further, I would ask you, do you think the tribal traditions, I know you worked in Himachal, but also of the Northeast, or other non-Hindu traditions in India, like the Muslims, how would you integrate them into your conceptual framework that you were giving us? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take the second question by Gabriele Alex, and you answered the two of them together.
Yeah, thanks. I think this goes together well. I have a very simple question. Who is the we you speak about? You always say we, the Indians. What does that denote? What does that refer to? This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the second question first, we refers to women who cook and learn from their mothers, right? So I tend to, instead of saying I always have got the habit of saying we, like we, the collective of women who cook and live in this chaotic world. And as a representative, I do not represent the pre-modern traditions. I am a modern woman in a modern setting who has inherited and kind of mixed up Eastern philosophy and Western philosophy. So I represent myself as a post-colonial subject. And I also make sure that I'm not representing the indigenous people because I am not indigenous. So I only speak for them. I speak of them, but I cannot represent them as myself, right? So when I say we, I represent this set of women who cook, who know the home remedy. That's what I want to say. From my own experience as a daughter who cooks, as a woman who's also practicing the healing traditions with food, and as a professor of philosophy who knows both Sanskrit and English and oral traditions to a certain extent. So that's how I represent the we. So I use the word we instead of saying one or they or Indians, right? If I were representing some community, I would put them on, like First Peoples or something. The other question that actually you asked about the indigenous tradition, yes, the oral tradition is very rich. I'm still working on it because it takes a lot of field work. And you know, philosophers, colleagues are averse to field work. They think that field work belongs to the anthropology or the sociology departments. Anthropologists hate us because you're like, what are you or philosophers, what are you doing in the field? Luckily, I trained interdisciplinary, so I know ethnography. So I'm able to do that, but it takes a long time to connect with the people. The way I approach oral traditions is because orals, so when we think of texts, we think of, that's why I call it codified textual traditions. I do not believe that the textual traditions are separate from the oral traditions. I think the hegemonic textual traditions assimilated these local oral traditions into their texts. I believe they derived, I believe Ayurveda and its home medicine, its medical medicine derives almost all of its concepts from local tribal knowledges. And we have evidences that they are the same. So it is, so I would not believe that these concepts are in the Ayurvedic text. They have been stolen from in some ways, from the local oral tradition. So when I go back to the oral tradition, I only get reaffirmation of what Ayurveda says. And using Ayurveda is kind of a lazy thing because the concepts are already there in Sanskrit. So it's easy to play around with the concepts. It's like using the word nature. It's already there in Western philosophy, so it's easy for me to deal with it. But the oral traditions, the approach to the oral traditions is through rituals, through understanding rituals. And I have a paper on rituals of nature and how it collapses the difference between the being and the non-being. It's going to come out in a few days in a book chapter on sustainability. So I've worked on the concept of distance and difference. The terms, it's not the concepts that I use from the codified text. The terms are what I pick from the codified text, because in language, those terms capture the meaning I want to put on them. They're kind of empty terms. So I pick rasa and then I put all the meanings I want to from the oral traditions and everything. So it almost, the terms are from the codified text are not what they originally mean in the codified text, but I just borrow those carriers of meaning for me because it's just convenient to do so. There's an index and there's a reference point for everyone to do with it. But I try and give equivalence to the meanings they carry and expand their meanings beyond the codified meanings that are given in the text. I hope that makes it sort of clear. And yes, I have a lot of indigenous work that I'm doing. Unfortunately, because of the lockdown, we don't have any more access to those communities, but whatever fieldwork I have done is coming out slowly in the form of papers.
Thank you, Meera Baindur. I think this has been very comprehensive. Thank you all for this lively discussion. And again, thank you for the very interesting lecture. We're gonna have a very short break of just 2 or 3 minutes and come back to the next keynote, Hiroshi Abe, at 10:20. So 2 or 3 minutes break. Okay, welcome back for next keynote. Very warm welcome to Professor Hiroshi Abe in Kyoto, Japan. Good evening to you, Professor Abe in Kyoto. It is a great honor to have you here with us for the conference, and we are very eagerly awaiting your lecture. Let me very briefly introduce Hiroshi Abe. Hiroshi Abe is a professor for philosophy at the Graduate School of Human and Environmental Studies at Kyoto University. He has been a Alexander von Humboldt Foundation fellow, research fellow at University of Munich, and has been awarded the Franz von Siebold Prize of Humboldt Foundation in just 2017. Professor Abe is a specialist, if you will, in the field of environmental ethics, and he has a strong background, particularly in Western philosophy, with focus on the philosophy of Martin Heidegger, and Japanese philosophy with a main focus on the philosophy of the so-called Kyoto school. His main research interest is on the relationship between world and self. On the basis of this, he's engaged in theoretically considering environmental issues. The topic of his present research is to lay an existential groundwork for present generations' responsibility for future generations. In this context, he tries to explore notions of a future-oriented type of responsibility, which he calls a responsibility for responsibility, as well as a past-oriented type of responsibility. He speaks of letting the dead be. A new ethical groundwork for human beings' existence, which presupposes an attempt to reconstruct ontology and ethics, will be his life work, as he states himself. He has lots of most important publications. For instance, he published Heidegger Handbook in Japan, 2 volumes. He has lots of publications on the philosophy of Kyoto School and environmental ethics. And the title of today's lecture is Der Mensch als politisches Wesen auf Basis der Natur? Professor Abe will talk in German, but he agreed to take questions in English during discussion. So if you prefer to pose your questions in English afterwards, this shouldn't be a problem. So, dann lassen Sie mich ins Deutsche übergehen. Herr Abe, ganz herzlich willkommen. Wir freuen uns sehr, Sie hier begrüßen zu dürfen, und ich freue mich auch, dass Sie als Japaner tatsächlich lieber auf Deutsch vortragen als auf Englisch. Das ist unter Philosophen doch auch eine ganz schöne Geste. Ganz herzlich willkommen und bitte, wir sind auf Ihren Vortrag gespannt.
Guten Tag, hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me well? Okay. If you have no problem, let me start my presentation. Let me switch to German in order to give some words to Mr. President Dr. Nils Weidmann. Also Herr Präsident Dr. Weidmann, haben Sie ganz herzlichen Dank für Ihre sehr liebenswürdige Einladung zu dieser sehr spannenden, sehr spannenden Kongress der Gesellschaft für interkulturelle Philosophie. Das beehrt mich sehr. Also vielen herzlichen Dank. So, let me start my presentation. Der Titel meines Referats ist Der Mensch als politisches Wesen auf Basis der Natur. The English title of which would be The Human as Political Being on the Basis of Nature. And before entering my presentation, let me share my screen with you because I would like to show you some slides of presentation, a PowerPoint presentation concerning my talk. Just a moment, please. Geht das? Also sehen Sie meinen Bildschirm gut? Okay.
Ja, sehr gut.
Dann erlaube ich mir, meinen Vortrag zu beginnen. Einleitung. Aristoteles zufolge wird der Mensch als ein Zoon Politikon definiert. Ausgehend von dieser weit verbreiteten Definition, die wir nachher behandeln werden, möchte ich die folgende Frage stellen, worum es sich in diesem Referat handelt. Die Frage ist nämlich, ist der Mensch insofern, als er ein politisches oder staatliches Wesen ist, auf Basis der Natur? Das ist meine Hauptfrage. Bekanntlich haben die Fragmente der Vorsokratiker von Diels Krantz uns das Fragment Antiphons überliefert, das den gesetzlichen Vorschriften des Staates oder des Polis die Gebote der Natur, also auf Griechisch, Altgriechisch, ta nomima tes Physeos entgegenstellt. Ähnlich wie dieser Sophist Antiphon, dieser Sophist des antiken Atem, vertritt der altchinesische Philosoph des Legalismus Han Fei die daoistisch geprägte Idee des Gesetzes des Weges, auf Chinesisch Daofa, das heißt die Idee der Rechtsvorschriften nach der Ordnung der Natur, die im Gegensatz zu der Willkür eines diktatorischen Fürsten aus Liebe und Hass stehen. Sollte man an die Richtigkeit dieser Naturrechtsgedanken im westöstlichen klassischen Altertums, ließe sich die obige Frage bejahen, weil ihnen zufolge, solchen Naturrechtsdenkern zufolge, dem menschlichen Zusammenleben etwas, was in der Natur und damit auch in der Naturanlage des Menschen recht und normativ ist, zugrunde liegen soll. Hingegen scheint die augenblickliche Situation uns solche positive Antwort nicht mehr zu erlauben. Warum? Angesichts unseres Zeitalters, wo die aktuellen Strömungen, wie zum Beispiel technische Fortschritte auf den Gebieten der Biotechnologie sowie der künstlichen Intelligenz und Ansprüche auf Tierrechte sowie den sogenannten internationalen Partikularismus, das heißt die theoretische Verteidigung der Partikularinteressen bestimmter Kulturkreise oder Staaten, die bisherige Grundannahme der Selbstverständlichkeit der Menschenrechte in Zweifel ziehen, sind wir gezwungen, uns selbst zu fragen oder erneut zu fragen. Nämlich, sind Menschenrechte uns bloß deshalb zu gewährleisten, weil sie uns Menschen, insofern als wir eine Art von Natural Kind sind, zugehörig sind und auf der menschlichen Natur oder konkreter gesagt gewisse Eigenschaften, die wir als Menschen von Natur aus wesenshaft besitzen, also zum Beispiel dem Intellekt basieren. Oder sind solche Menschenrechte doch tatsächlich nicht diejenigen, welche wir auch den Menschen schon lange her zuschreiben, die nicht imstande sind, die natürlichen Eigenschaften der Menschheit mit Anführungszeichen aufzuweisen, beispielsweise bewusstlosen Patienten, ist es dann nicht vernünftig, dass wir aus politischen Gründen, die sich im Laufe der Zeit verändern, die Menschenrechte sogar nichtmenschlichen Wesen wie Tieren und Robotern zusprechen können, und zwar dadurch, dass unser Staat eine dementsprechende rechtliche Erlaubnis gibt, gesetzt den Fall aber, dass der Staat berechtigt ist, solche politische Maßnahmen zu treffen, dann stehen wir vor einer erneuten Herausforderung, so denke ich. Ist es eine ebenfalls berechtigte Entscheidung, bestimmten Menschen oder bestimmten Gruppen von Menschen ihre Menschenrechte notfalls abzusprechen, falls der Staat befugt ist, die Extension des Menschenrechtsbegriffes willkürlich zu bestimmen? In der Tat kannten und noch kennen wir in der Weltgeschichte die Sklaverei, die sogenannte Sklaverei in verschiedenen Formen. Auf die wichtige, doch schwierige Problematik der Menschenrechte kann ich im vorliegenden bescheidenen Referat leider nicht in ihrer vollen Umfang näher eingehen. Ziel meiner Präsentation ist es, einen kleinen Hinweis zur möglichen Lösung des folgenden Problems nur andeutend vorzuschlagen. Das Problem lautet: Mit welchem Recht können wir einerseits auch den Menschen, die natürlichen Eigenschaften der Menschheit mit Anführungszeichen nicht vorweisen, ihre Menschenrechte trotzdem zusprechen, und andererseits eine politische Entscheidung, jemanden aus opportunistischen Gründen zu entrechten, widersprechen, das ist das Hauptproblem dieses Referats. Also lassen Sie mich auf die erste Sektion eingehen. Die erste Sektion. Was heißt das politische Element des Menschen? Wodurch wird der Mensch als ein politisches Wesen gekennzeichnet? Damit sein politisches Element erhellt wird, möchte ich zu Beginn betrachten, was Aristoteles mit der eingangs erwähnten Definition meint. Also Zoon Politikon meine ich. Wie schon bekannt ist der aristotelische Begriff des Zoon Politikon biologischen Ursprungs. In diesem Zusammenhang ist es zu beachten, dass der Mensch nach Aristoteles nicht das einzige politische Lebewesen ist. Umfasst das Zoon-Politikon doch laut der zoologischen Schrift des Aristoteles betitelt Tiergeschichten, Zitat, Menschen, Bienen, Wespen, Ameisen und Kraniche, Zitat Ende. Demnach bedarf es zur Untersuchung des Politischen, das dem Menschen eigen ist, einer Differentier-Spezifika, die ihn, also die den Menschen, allen anderen politischen Lebewesen, von allen anderen politischen Lebewesen unterscheidet. Solche spezifische Differenz erhält sich aus der anderen klassischen Definition des Menschen, die ebenfalls auf Aristoteles zurückgeht. Wie allgemein bekannt, stellt die Politik des Philosophen die These wie folgt auf, dass der Mensch ein Zoon, Logon, Ekon sei. Zoon, Logon, Ekon. Zitat. Nun ist aber einzig der Mensch unter allen animalischen Wesen mit der Sprache begabt, Ekei Logon. Die Stimme, Phone, ist das Zeichen für Schmerz und Lust und darum auch den anderen Sinneswesen verliehen. Die Sprache, Logos, ist hingegen dafür da, das Nützliche und das Schädliche und so denn auch das Gerechte und das Ungerechte anzuzeigen. Denn das ist dem Menschen vor den anderen Lebewesen eigen, dass sie, die Menschen, Sinn haben für Gut und Böse, für gerecht und ungerecht und was dem ähnlich ist. Die Gemeinschaft Koinonia dieser Ideen aber begründet den Zitat, Polis, Zitat Ende. Aus dieser Passage aus der Politik des Aristoteles ist ersichtlich, so denke ich, was Aristoteles mit der Bezeichnung des Menschen als Zoon, Logon, Ekon betont. Der Mensch ist gerade dadurch charakterisiert, dass seine zur Sprache Befähigung, Logon, Ekon, nicht so sehr dem stimmlichen Ausdruck der subjektiven oder der bloß subjektiven Gefühle wie Lust und Schmerz, als vielmehr der Diskussion über öffentliche Angelegenheiten entspricht. also der intersubjektiven Diskussion um soziale Nutzen und Schaden, Gemeinwohl und Gemeinübel, Recht und Unrecht und so weiter. So liegt das politische Wesen des Menschen in seiner Eigenschaft als sprachliches Wesen im Gemeinsamsein mit anderen Bürgern durch freie Gespräche über die sozialen Verhältnisse seines Staates, wo jeder Bürger sich jeweils befindet, oder um aus Martin Heideggers Interpretation der aristotelischen Idee des Zoon Logon Ekon anzuführen, Zitat, Miteinander sein im Sinne des Miteinander sprechend sein, in der Weise der Mitteilung, Widerlegung, Auseinandersetzung. Zitat Ende. Nennen wir also solches freie Miteinanderreden über öffentliche Angelegenheiten das Politische des Menschen. Sektion 2. Was ist das Fundament des Politischen des Menschen? Interessanterweise kann sich ein ähnlicher Gedanke, so denke ich persönlich, im altchinesischen Denken, namentlich im Konfuzianismus, finden. Denn laut der Sammlung seiner Lehrgespräche, also betitelt Lun Yu auf Chinesisch, sprach Konfuzius, Zitat, Vögel und Tiere sind keine Gesellschaft. Sollte ich unter Menschen nicht sein, mit wem könnte ich umgehen? Zitat Ende. Und wieder Zitat, ohne die Sprache zu kennen, kannte man die Menschen nicht oder würde man die Menschen nicht kennen. Zitat Ende. Andererseits überliefert diese Sammlung Lun Yu, also die Gespräche, uns indessen auch den folgenden bemerkenswerten Spruch, und zwar vermutlich mit besonderer Betonung seiner Wichtigkeit, indem sie, also diese Sammlung, Lun Yu, diesen Spruch ausnahmsweise zweimal in sich aufnimmt. Zitat, ohne eine gewisse Stellung zu bekleiden, kann man in politische Angelegenheiten nicht eingreifen. Zitat Ende. Hier denkt Konfuzius, trotz der soeben erwähnten Ähnlichkeit, offensichtlich ganz anders als Aristoteles. Was meint Konfuzius denn? Nach meiner Lesart geht es im letztgenannten Spruch des Konfuzius um seine bedeutende Lehre von der sogenannten Rekutifikation der Namen, auf Chinesisch Chenmin. Das heißt die Lehre, dass die Namen mit den Sachen, für die sie stehen, übereinstimmen sollen. Aus dieser Grundidee folgt, Zitat, der Fürst sei Fürst, der Diener sei Diener, der Vater sei Vater, der Sohn sei Sohn. Zitat Ende. Wieso, warum soll sich aber jeder Mensch der Aufgabe, die seine Stellung verlangt, widmen? Nach meiner Meinung gibt es zwei Gründe dafür. Erstens, weil die menschlichen Arbeitskräfte in seinem Staat, Polis, sonst in Unordnung gerieten da die soziale Arbeitsteilung sowie Rollenteilung ohne die einzelnen Personen, die ihre zugeteilte Pflicht erfüllen, überhaupt nicht funktionieren kann. Und dann, zweitens, weil solche Verwirrung der ganzen Arbeit sogar das Politische des Menschen hindern müsste. Denn, um es mit dem einflussreichsten Nachfolger des Konfuzius, Mencius zu sagen, Zitat, man hat ohne feste ökonomische Grundlage auch keinen festen Gemeingeist. Zitat Ende. Bemerkenswerterweise ist diese konfuzianistische Einsicht, das heißt die Einsicht, dass dem Politischen des Menschen die Arbeit oder die Produktion zugrunde liegt, nicht spezifisch für ostasiatisches Denken. Nach meiner Meinung. Eine gewisse Entsprechung dafür finde ich persönlich beispielsweise in Immanuel Kant. Was die Art und Weise, wie man seine eigene Vernunft gebraucht, betrifft, so unterscheidet Kant bekanntlich den öffentlichen vom privaten Gebrauch. Nach Kant ist der letztere, also der private Gebrauch, der Typ Vernunftgebrauch, den der Mensch macht, solange er zu, Zitat, einem gewissen ihm anvertrauten bürgerlichen Posten oder Amte, Zitat Ende, verpflichtet und dessen Regeln sowie Zwecken unterworfen ist. Andererseits besagt der erstere, also der öffentliche Gebrauch, denjenigen Gebrauch, dem, Zitat, jemand als Gelehrter von ihr oder von seiner eigenen Vernunft vor dem ganzen Publikum der Leserwelt macht. Zitat Ende. Damit wir über öffentliche Angelegenheiten, Zitat, in Gemeinschaft mit anderen, denen wir unsere und die uns ihre Gedanken mitteilen, Zitat Ende, ungezwungen diskutieren. Sachlich gesehen entspricht solcher freie Meinungsaustausch aufgrund des öffentlichen Vernunftgebrauches jedes einzelnen Staatsbürgers eindeutig dem, was wir als das Politische des Menschen bezeichnet. Indessen bringt Kant diese gegenseitige Diskussion zwischen den Bürgern interessanterweise oder ironischerweise nicht mit ihrem Staat in Verbindung, sondern, wie aus dem obigen Zitat ersichtlich ist, mit der Leserwelt, die mit der Weltbürgergesellschaft gleichzusetzen ist. Warum denn unterstreicht Kant, dass die freie Meinungsäußerung der Staatsbürger oder das Politische des Menschen ironischerweise nicht im Staat, Polis, realisierbar ist? Nach seiner Ansicht, nach der Ansicht Kants, braucht unsere staatliche Gemeinschaft zur effizienten Erledigung der Anliegen der Allgemeinheit einen gewissen sozialen Mechanismus, wo jeder von uns als, Entschuldigung, lassen Sie mich ein bisschen wiederholen. Nach seiner Ansicht braucht unsere staatliche Gemeinschaft zur effizienten Erledigung der Anliegen der Allgemeinheit einen gewissen sozialen Mechanismus, wo jeder von uns als ein Teil der betreffenden Maschine die jeweiligen Anweisungen mehr oder minder passiv befolgend arbeiten soll. Das erklärt Kant an dem folgenden Beispiel. Zitat: So würde es sehr verderblich sein, wenn ein Offizier, dem von seinen Oberen etwas anbefohlen wird, im Dienste über die Zweckmäßigkeit oder Nützlichkeit dieses Befehls laut vernünfteln wollte. Er muss gehorchen. Zitat Ende. Daraus lässt sich ergeben, so denke ich, dass der Mensch insofern, als er in seiner staatlichen Gemeinschaft eine bestimmte Stellung jedenfalls bekleidet und als Inhaber dieser Position den von Kant privat genannten Vernunftgebrauch macht, seine Vernunft nicht auf ungezwungene öffentliche Meinungsverbreitung anwenden darf, sondern vielmehr seinen Gebrauch der Vernunft dem systemloyalen Pflicht unterordnen muss. Wenn die obige Kant-Interpretation nicht falsch ist, so liegt seine Ansicht nunmehr nahe. Das heißt, die Ansicht, dass die Freiheit des öffentlichen Gebrauches der Vernunft oder unserer oder meiner Terminologie zufolge das Politische des Menschen auf Kosten der Freiheit des privaten Vernunftgebrauches, das heißt zum Ersatz des sozialen Arbeitszwanges, möglich ist. Gerade in dieser Hinsicht hat Kant, so scheint mir, eine große Ähnlichkeit mit dem Konfuzianismus, da dieser Konfuzianismus, wie schon erwähnt, der Auffassung ist, dass das Politische des Menschen auf der Arbeit oder der Produktion aufbauen muss. Die dritte Sektion, der Mensch als politisches Wesen auf Basis der Natur. Wie ist aber, in welcher Weise ist aber das Begründungsverhältnis zwischen dem Politischen des Menschen und der ihm zugrunde liegenden Arbeit oder Produktion zu verstehen? Gestern war mir persönlich sehr beeindruckend, dass sowohl Professor Ogude als auch Professor Descola, die beiden Professoren, den Marxismus mehr oder weniger erwähnt haben. Also heute möchte ich selber auch über Karl Marx oder den Marxismus etwas sprechen. Also dieses Verhältnis zwischen, nämlich das Verhältnis zwischen dem Politischen des Menschen einerseits und der Produktion oder der Arbeit andererseits, dieses Verhältnis kann man so ergreifen, dass die Überbau-Basistheorie von Karl Marx darauf anwendbar ist. Denn Marx behauptet bekanntlich, Zitat, in der gesellschaftlichen Produktion ihres Lebens gehen die Menschen bestimmte, notwendige, von ihrem Willen unabhängige Verhältnisse ein, Produktionsverhältnisse, die einer bestimmten Entwicklungsstufe ihrer materiellen Produktivkräfte entsprechen. Die Gesamtheit dieser Produktionsverhältnisse bildet die reale Basis, worauf sich ein politischer Überbau erhebt. Die Produktionsweise des materiellen Lebens bedingt den sozialen, politischen und geistigen Lebensprozess überhaupt. Zitat Ende. Hier vertritt Marx die These, so denke ich, dass das politische Leben des Menschen durch sein materielles Leben, dem die Produktionsverhältnisse entsprechen, bedingt ist. Was meint Marx, wenn er dieses materielle Element vor allen anderen Bestandteilen des menschlichen Seins bevorzugt und sich zum Materialismus bekennt? In Form von einem wohlwollenden oder positiven Kommentar zu Ludwig Feuerbach erklärt Marx das wie folgt. Zitat. Feuerbachs große Tat ist die Gründung des wahren Materialismus, indem Feuerbach das gesellschaftliche Verhältnis des Menschen zum Grundprinzip der Theorie macht. Aus diesem Zitat ist zu ersehen, dass das Materielle des Menschen, worum es sich bei dem marxistischen Materialismus behandelt, interpersonale Beziehungen besagt. Jedoch ist es zu beachten, dass aus Marx' Sicht solche zwischenmenschlichen Verhältnisse als Natur zu bezeichnen sind. Also hier, also auf diesem Bildschirm, haben wir zwei Belege dafür aus dem Text des frühen Marx betitelt ökonomisch-politischen Manuskripte, aber einfach zur Zeitersparung möchte ich diese zwei Zitate überspringen. Es versteht sich aber, dass diese Konsequenz, Entschuldigung, ich beginne erneut. Also das bisherige Gesagte kann wie folgt kurz und knapp zusammengefasst werden. Die Interpretation von dem Konfuzianismus sowie Kants öffentlichem und privatem Gebrauch der Vernunft hat uns schon gezeigt, dass das Politische des Menschen, der Vernunft, dass das Politische des Menschen auf der Arbeit oder der Produktion basiert. Nun ist es klar geworden, dass dem marxistischen Materialismus nach die zwischenmenschlichen Verhältnisse, in denen die Produktion besteht, Natur sind oder als Natur zu bezeichnen sind. Wenn das der Fall ist, lässt sich daraus konsequentermaßen nicht folgern, dass der Mensch insofern als er ein politisches Wesen ist, auf Basis der Natur ist. Es versteht sich aber, dass diese Konsequenz wahr oder falsch sein kann, je nachdem sie verstanden wird. Dabei geht es darum zu fragen, was meint Marx mit seinem Begriff der Natur? Um diese Frage zu beantworten, lohnt es sich, so scheint mir, sich auf die Marx-Interpretation des japanischen Philosophen Tetsuro Watsuji zu berufen. Watsuji hebt hervor, dass der marxistische Naturbegriff zweideutig zu verstehen ist. Nämlich kann dieser Begriff, so denkt Watsuji, einerseits die, Zitat, die subjektive Natur als einen Bestandteil des zwischenmenschlichen Seins, Zitat Ende, aber andererseits auch, Zitat, die Natur, insofern sie durch Objektivierung als ein Gegenstand erfasst wird, Zitat Ende, oder, Zitat, die naturwissenschaftlich verstandene Natur, Zitat Ende, besagen, wobei Marx selber trotz der soeben erwähnten unvorsichtigen Zweideutigkeit hauptsächlich die erstere, also die subjektive Natur meint, die von Watsuji die Noesis Natur genannt wird. Dies bedeutet für Watsuji, was Marx unter dem Naturbegriff, also dem Begriff der Noesis Natur, eigentlich versteht, ist nicht die natürliche Welt, die der Gegenstand der Naturwissenschaft ist, sondern, Zitat, das subjektive oder genauer gesagt intersubjektive Sein der Menschen, dem es sich um Praxis handelt, Zitat Ende, mit anderen Worten, die Subjekte der Arbeit, Zitat, durch deren aktive Produktionsprozesse Gegenstände erst hervorgebracht werden. Zitat Ende. Gerade das unterscheidet den Marxismus von dem sogenannten naturwissenschaftlichen Materialismus, wie zum Beispiel bei Karl Vogt, Ludwig Büchner und so weiter, dem es um die Natur als Objekt der Naturwissenschaft geht. Wieso? Warum darf man aber solche intersubjektiven Wechselbeziehungen als Natur bezeichnen? Sobald ein Mensch geboren ist, ist er in sein Miteinanderleben mit anderen in jederlei Art geworfen und eingebettet sozusagen, egal ob er sich bewusst ist oder nicht. Für den Menschen ist es demnach dasjenige angeborene, also schon von Anfang an mit Anführungszeichen natürliche Fundament des Lebens, auf dem er zu einem individuellen Bewusstseinssubjekt aufwachsen kann, wie Marx selber betont. Zitat. Das Bewusstsein ist also von vornherein schon ein gesellschaftliches Produkt und bleibt es, solange überhaupt Menschen existieren. Zitat Ende. Kurz gesagt, der Name Natur bezeichnet die Faktizität oder die Urfaktizität des geselligen oder intersubjektiven Wesens der Menschen. Bei dieser Benennung geht es daher, wie Watsuji bemerkt, um Marx, Zitat, Anerkennung der Wirklichkeit der Dinge, die vor dem Denken des Bewusstseinssubjektes vorhergehen und von ihm unabhängig sind. Zitat Ende. Weswegen dieser Anti-Idealist Marx Hegels spekulative Philosophie scharf kritisiert. Schluss. Im bisherigen Verlauf wurde deutlich, so hoffe ich, dass wir Menschen, solange als wir politisches Wesen sind, auf Basis dessen sind, was Marx als Natur bezeichnet. Nach Watsujis Lesart besagt diese Natur im marxistischen Sinne aber tatsächlich vorreflektive und stets praxisgemäß jeweils zu verwandelnde Wechselbeziehungen zwischen Menschen. Zum Abschluss komme ich auf das eingangs angesprochene Problem zurück und möchte in diesem Zusammenhang vorschlagen, in der oben genannten interpersonalen Urkommunikation den Ursprung der Menschenrechte zu lokalisieren. Warum? Einerseits ist solche Urkommunikation von der, mit Anführungszeichen, Natur im Sinne von der biologischen Naturanlage der Spezies Homo sapiens zu unterscheiden, weswegen sie, die Urkommunikation, uns gar nicht daran hindert, auch Homo-Patienten ihre Menschenrechte zuzusprechen. Im Gegenteil, wir sollen diese bewusstlosen Patienten schon wegen ihrer Eigenschaft als Mitglieder der Urkommunikation für die nichtsprachliche Kommunikation, inklusive zum Beispiel Miene, Körperhaltung, Atmung und Atmosphäre bedeutsam ist, von Anfang an anerkennen. Andererseits darf man solche Zulassung der Menschenrechte auf der Grundlage der Urkommunikation dem politischen Opportunismus nicht unterordnen. Denn die Zulassung aufgrund der Urkommunikation ist insofern nicht nach Belieben disponibel für den politischen Opportunismus, als diese Zulassung dem politischen Opportunismus genauso immer vorangeht, wie die betreffenden Wechselbeziehungen zwischen Menschen das Politische des Menschen im Voraus bedingen. Das ist alles. Also ich bedanke mich ganz herzlich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Thank you so much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Hiroshi Abe, für den schönen Vortrag. Wir sind jetzt ein kleines bisschen über der Zeit, aber wir nehmen uns Zeit noch für wenigstens eine kurze Diskussion. Ich sehe eine erste Wortmeldung, Herr Döber, bitte.
Ja, so schnell hatte ich gar nicht damit gerechnet. Vielen Dank für Ihre schönen Ausführungen. Jetzt bin ich ein bisschen überrollt, aber ich fange mich schon. Ich habe sehr viel Freude und Gefallen gefunden daran, dass Sie im Grunde abzielen auf nicht nur einen menschlichen Menschen, einen Homo humanus, sondern auf einen Homo mundanus, um mal mit Wolfgang Welsch zu sprechen. Und im Grunde geht es Ihnen in der Zielperspektive, ja, wenn ich Sie richtig verstehen konnte, um eine menschlich gewordene oder werdende Natur, ebenso wie um einen im Vollsinne des Wortes natürlichen Menschen. Und da sprechen Sie ja jetzt zum Schluss so schön von der Urkommunikation der Natur als quasi der tiefen Struktur von Menschsein und Weltsein in communio. Heinrich Rombach hat genau dieses Grundverhältnis, die Grundphilosophie oder im Plural die Grundphilosophien in den unterschiedlichen Weltkulturen genannt. Und meine Frage wäre jetzt, ob Sie über Aristoteles, Kant, Marx und Wajchui hinausgehend nicht es für sinnvoll erachten würden, den Weltaspekt in diesem Zusammenhang sehr viel differenzierter heranzuziehen und vor allem dimensionaliter zu vertiefen und aufzureißen. Stichwort philosophische Hermetik. Ich denke, das sagt Ihnen genug. Dankeschön.
Vielen herzlichen Dank für Ihre sehr wichtige Frage. Aber zuerst möchte ich, may I or should I answer in English or in German?
German ist mir lieber. Thank you.
Okay. Ja, gut. Also, Ihre Antwort möchte ich sehr gerne auf Deutsch beantworten. Also, Sie haben erwähnt, Sie haben eine Möglichkeit, die Menschen oder die menschliche Welt einerseits mit der natürlichen Welt oder der Basis der Natur einerseits zu verbinden, wenn ich richtig verstehe. Also diese gemischte Dimension zwischen Menschen und Natur ist wichtig. Also ist eine sehr wichtige Idee. Also wenn ich nicht falsch verstehe. Ich bin natürlich gleicher Meinung, aber was mein heutiges Referat betrifft, so möchte ich behaupten, dass zwischen dem politischen des Menschen oder der öffentlichen Diskussion zwischen Menschen einerseits, also zum Beispiel bei Aristoteles einerseits und der natürlichen Welt andererseits oder der naturwissenschaftlich verstandenen Welt einerseits es sozusagen eine dritte Dimension oder eine dritte Dimension oder einen dritten Weg gibt. Das ist das, was ich in diesem Referat behaupten möchte. Also, was ist dieser dritte Weg? Nach meiner Meinung ist dieser dritte Weg oder besagt dieser dritte Weg die Urkommunikation, also der zwischen Menschen, die einerseits unabhängig ist von unserer opportunistischen Entscheidung, politische Entscheidung, weil diese Basis für dieser politischen Entscheidung ontologisch sozusagen vorangeht. Aber dieser Drittweg oder diese Dimension der Urkommunikation ist nicht zu der Natur oder der naturwissenschaftlich verstandenen Natur zu reduzieren, weil diese Dimension in gewisser Weise oder in gewissem Sinne sozusagen sozial ist. Also das ist meine Absicht dieses Referats.
Dankeschön. Sie sprechen vorzüglich Deutsch, Herr Abe. Danke.
Nein, ich schäme mich.
Doch.
Vielen Dank. Die nächste Frage darf Nikolaus Weisenesel stellen, bitte.
Kleinen Moment, bitte. Ja, ich bin schon bereit. Dankeschön.
Ja, auch von meiner Seite nochmal vielen Dank für den tollen Vortrag. Super spannend, super spannendes Thema. Sie hatten anfangs in der Präsentation die Frage aufgeworfen, inwieweit denn zum Beispiel Menschenrechte auch auf Tiere übertragbar seien.
Ja.
Und ich beschäftige mich jetzt zum Beispiel in meiner Forschung viel mit dem sogenannten New Materialism, also quasi neue Formen oder da wird versucht, neue ontologische Konzepte zu entwickeln und wie das Politische auch erweitert werden kann auf das Nichtmenschliche zum Beispiel. Und ich frage mich, wie sehen Sie das, beziehungsweise wie ist es vielleicht auch denkbar mit Aristoteles zum Beispiel oder mit den ganzen Philosophen, die Sie jetzt aufgezählt haben, und gibt es da irgendwie auch Verbindungen oder wie könnte man das zusammenbringen? So, das wäre von mir die Frage.
Noch einmal, also der Punkt Ihrer Frage ist, können wir den Punkt also noch einmal wiederholen, wenn ich darf?
Ja, Sie hatten in Ihrer Präsentation anfangs die Frage gestellt, inwieweit denn Menschenrechte zum Beispiel auf Tiere übertragbar sind. Und
das verstehe ich, ja.
Was ich so feststelle, ist, dass letztendlich die ganzen Herleitungen von Natur jetzt zum Beispiel in dem Fall immer sehr aus so einer sehr anthropozentrischen Perspektive hergeleitet sind. Und inwieweit ist es denn auch nötig und angebracht, vielleicht in unserer heutigen Zeit auch nichtmenschliche Akteure in dieses Naturverständnis mit einzubeziehen, und inwieweit ist es vielleicht auch nötig, den Begriff des Politischen zu erweitern auf nichtmenschliche Akteure?
Aha, okay. Ja, danke schön. Ich finde Ihre Frage natürlich sehr, sehr interessant für unsere Zeit oder die Zeit, die wir schon in der nahen Zukunft haben werden. Oder ja, danke schön. Also, wenn ich meine These auf das Problem, das Sie erwähnt haben, anwenden kann. Also das Problem, oder die Frage, ob man oder in welcher Weise man nicht menschliches Wesen sozusagen rechtlich oder moralisch behandeln soll oder behandeln kann. Ich glaube, die Art und Weise, wie man schon jetzt oder in der Zukunft diese nichtmenschliche Wesen rechtlich oder moralisch behandeln soll, das hängt davon ab, wie man mit solchen nichtmenschlichen Wesen in Zukunft oder schon jetzt umgehen möchten oder wollen. Also ich glaube, die Urkommunikation, die nach meiner Meinung als die Basis der Menschenrechte funktionieren kann, ist natürlich geschichtlich gebildet worden. Also je nachdem, wie man sich mit anderen verhält. Also durch diese interpersonalen Verhältnisse wurde die Urkommunikation gebildet, und dank dieser Urkommunikation wird einige sozusagen Normen oder Normativitäten uns vorgezeichnet darüber, wie man mit anderen verhalten soll oder wie man die anderen behandeln soll. Also genauso kann man auch das wünschbare Verhältnis zwischen Menschen und nichtmenschlichen Wesen darüber, ja, über dieses Verhältnis überlegen. Das ist meine Antwort. Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Herr Abe. Vielen Dank, Herr Abe. Wir haben jetzt als nächstes eine Frage hier aus dem Plenum in Tübingen. Abed Kanor, bitte.
Vielen Dank, Herr Abe, für den sehr schönen Vortrag. Meine Frage ist ganz kurz, bezieht sich auf diese Idee der Urkommunikation, und die Sie ganz stark mit der Sprache in Verbindung gebracht haben, besonders bei Aristoteles. Meine Frage ist, was wäre, wenn die Sprachgemeinschaft die Mitglieder dieser Gemeinschaft nicht als so Gesprächspartner betrachten, wenn sie nicht als Partner der Kommunikation anerkannt werden. Zum Beispiel so in der so altgriechischen Polis, so der Status der zum Beispiel Frauen, Sklaven, Barbaren. Ja. Und da kann man diese Fragestellung auch jetzt auch so in unserer Zeit auch so stellen, thematisieren, aktualisieren und zwar sagen, dass so wir gehen von dieser Idee der Urkommunikation aus, aber es kann wohl sein, dass die Regeln der Sprachgemeinschaft so bestimmt werden, dass bestimmte Leute keine Ausdrucksform in der Gemeinschaft finden können. Vielen Dank.
Aha, genau. Ja. Vielen herzlichen Dank für Ihre wichtige Frage. Ja, also wie ich am Ende meines Referats ganz kurz erwähnt habe, ist es nach meiner Meinung möglich, dass man in der Dimension der Urkommunikation sogar mit zum Beispiel mit bewusstlosen Patienten oder Koma-Patienten man mit solchen Leuten auch kommunizieren kann, in gewisser Weise. Also das unterscheidet die Urkommunikation von der öffentlichen Diskussion zwischen Menschen im aristotelischen Sinne. Also natürlich die Frage ist, in welcher Weise man mit solchen Leuten wie bewusstlosen Patienten kommunizieren kann. Natürlich, das ist eine sehr wichtige Frage. Und nach meiner persönlichen Meinung ist es so, dass man solche unbewusstlosen Patienten mehr oder weniger verstehen kann, indem man ihre Miene, facial expression, Miene oder körperliche Lage oder also einen körperlichen Stand, einen gewissen körperlichen Stand oder sogar Atmosphäre. Also durch solche Elemente kann man diese Leute verstehen, obwohl diese Kommunikation natürlich einseitig ist. Also der Punkt meiner Meinung liegt darin, dass die Urkommunikation einem Verhältnis zwischen zwischen einer selbstständigen Menschen und einem selbstständigen Menschen. Also die Kommunikation solches Verhältnis nicht bedarf. Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Danke Ihnen, Herr Abe. Wir haben noch zwei weitere Wortmeldungen, die ich gerne noch aufrufen möchte, aber dann müssen wir die RednerInnenliste dann leider schließen und ich muss Sie leider auch bitten, sowohl die Fragen als auch bitte, Herr Abe, die Antworten möglichst kurz zu halten, damit wir dem weiteren Verlauf der Tagung nicht Unrecht tun. Georg Stenger, bitte.
Ja, hallo, Herr Abe, ich grüße Sie herzlich. Ja, vielen Dank für diesen wirklich ingeniösen Vortrag mit dieser Zuspitzung und dieser sozusagen Fokussierung. Das ist für mich sozusagen von Ihrer Seite aus neu. Ich will sozusagen jetzt nicht das alles aufführen, was Sie angesprochen haben. 2 Punkte nur will ich hervorheben. Das eine ist sozusagen dieser Gedanke, Sie haben Wachuchi auf seine Marx-Lektüre hingelesen und dann natürlich von vornherein auch schon im Vorfeld klassische europäische Kontexte von Aristoteles bis Kant und eben auch chinesische, keine japanische, bis zu Wachuchi Konzepte vorgeführt. Meine Frage ist zunächst, die erste ist, ich stimme dem zu, von Wachuchi auch der Marx-Interpretation, gebe aber auch zu bedenken und wollte Sie fragen, wie Sie das sehen. Wachuchi ist ja auch bekannt durch seine Einbettung in die Kyoto-Tradition, Kyoto-Schule-Tradition, wo er eben um diese klimatischen Verhältnisse, also dass die Klimatologie selber Voraussetzung von Bewusstsein ist, also verschiedenen Klimas. Das heißt, er macht da eine Binnendifferenz, die Sie eigentlich mit Ihren Überlegungen einziehen, meines Erachtens. Also dass die Natur insgesamt weltweit das Gleiche wäre. Wachuchi hält dagegen meines Erachtens eben Monsunklima, Wüstenklima und so weiter und dadurch verschiedene Bewusstseinsformen. Es wäre eine Frage, ob das in Ihrem Konzept einbindbar bleibt oder eher konträr dazu verläuft. Die zweite Frage bezieht sich auf diese zwischenmenschliche Urkommunikation. Das gefällt mir sehr gut, diese nicht nur der Begriff, sondern die Strukturierung, wie Sie das aufgebaut haben. In Verbindung jetzt bringen Sie das mit den Menschenrechten. Das war der Eingang, sozusagen die Rechtslage, die Gesetzeslage, das Selbstverständnis des Menschseins überhaupt. Und damit verbunden die Urkommunikation der Natur. Meine Frage ist jetzt, es läuft ja hinaus auf ein Menschenrechts-Statement sozusagen, eine neue Fassung der Menschenrechtslage. Wie würden Sie jetzt das interpretieren, dass die Menschenrechte selbst in einem bestimmten, ich sage mal im weitesten Sinn, westlichen Korsett eingebunden sind, wo das Individuum, das heißt der Mensch als solcher, als Einzelner, gemeint ist im Kontext des Ganzen. Wenn wir jetzt sozusagen Kulturen aus China, aus Asien, aber auch aus europäischen, die stärker aus dem Gemeinschaftsgedanken, aus dem Miteinanderleben, sozusagen die Sozialität vor der Individualität aufnehmen, wie würden Sie da das normative Moment einbinden? Also wie kann ich da eine Menschenrechtskonzeption, die wir, sagen wir, von den Spätgriechen bis zu Kant, bis zur Gegenwart hin, als individualistisch konzipiert sind, wie kann ich das universal einbinden?
Okay, ja, vielen herzlichen Dank. Also ich möchte zuerst auf Ihre erste Frage eingehen. Also die Frage nach dem Verhältnis, dem klimatischen Element und der Idee der Urkommunikation bei Wachuchi. Richtig?
Ja.
Also ja, diese Frage ist natürlich sehr, sehr bedeutend, glaube ich. Und nach meiner Meinung ist die Urkommunikation oder die Dimension, tiefe Dimension der Urkommunikation also grundsätzlich gesagt, auch mit den verschiedenen klimatischen Elemente unserer Welt zu verbinden. Also das heißt, wie allgemein bekannt, sind die klimatischen Elemente, die Watsuji behandelt hat. Diese Elemente sind nicht mit den Elementen der natürlichen Welt im Sinne der Naturwissenschaft zu verwechseln, sondern diese Elemente sind natürlich von Anfang an in jeder Kultur oder in jedem Kulturgebiet eingebettet durch menschliche Aktivität oder genauer gesagt durch die geschichtlichen Verhältnisse zwischen Menschen und Natur. Also dieses Medium zwischen Kultur und Natur besagt, was Watsuji mit der Terminologie des Klimas bezeichnen will, nach meiner Interpretation. Also gerade deswegen kann man diese klimatischen Elemente der Welt mit der Urkommunikation verbinden, also sachlich meine ich. Aber wie ist das genauer zu denken? Das ist natürlich eine schwierige Frage, die ich leider nicht jetzt darauf ich jetzt nicht eingehen kann. Entschuldigung. Aber grundsätzlich gesagt, das ist möglich. Also die Verbindung ist möglich. Das ist meine vorläufige Antwort zu Ihrer ersten Frage. Und zu Ihrer zweiten Frage, also sind Menschenrechte idealistisch zu erfassen sind, egal in welcher Kulturkreis man sich befindet. Ja, das ist eine sehr spannende Frage. Nach meiner Meinung, also wäre die Antwort ja. Also ich persönlich gehe von der Annahme aus, dass der Annahme, dass man egal zu welchem Kulturkreis man gehört, mehr oder weniger einige Gemeinsamkeiten im moralischen Sinne oder sogar im rechtlichen Sinne hat. Das ist meine Grundannahme. Aber zugleich ist zu bemerken, dass genau diese Gemeinsamkeiten, also interkulturellen Gemeinsamkeiten, sich sehr, sehr verschiedenen ausdrücken kann, je nachdem, wie man oder in welcher je nachdem, in welcher Kultur man lebt oder mit welcher Kultur man vertraut ist, von seinem Geburt zu seinem Tod. Also, ich glaube, die Menschenrechte, die Idee, Menschenrechte individualistisch zu erfassen sind, diese Idee ist grundsätzlich allgemein gültig, nach meiner Meinung. Aber natürlich die Erscheinungsformen dieser gemeinsamen Idee ist ganz, ganz verschieden. Aber ich glaube, sozusagen, wenn wir verschiedene Variationen hören, dann können wir gerade durch diese verschiedene Variationen hindurch ein gemeinsames Thema finden können. Also das ist ein Metapher für das zwischen dieser Gemeinsamkeiten und ihren verschiedenen Erscheinungsformen. Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Ja, Dankeschön, ebenso. Ja.
Dankeschön. Ich glaube, Georg, wir müssen weitere Diskussionen auf später, leider. Ich muss leider auch zurückstecken, das ist das Los des Moderators. Die letzte Frage darf Hiroshi Ohashi stellen. Hiroshi, sei ganz herzlich willkommen. Die Frage kommt sozusagen aus Kyoto, einmal nach Tübingen und wieder zurück nach Kyoto. Bitte schön.
Ja, lieber Kollege Hiroshi, ich freue mich sehr darauf, dich heute wiederzusehen. Wir waren zusammen in einer Konferenz, auf einer Tagung heute vormittags, die auf Zoom organisiert und technologisch ermöglicht wurde. Und jetzt sehe ich dich wieder. Und
ganz meinerseits.
Diese Kommunikation, ist es technologisch oder natürlich? Keine meine Frage. Meine Frage ist, ich möchte dich gerne etwas besser verstehen, und zwar im Hinblick auf die Urkommunikation, die du zunächst als interpersonal bezeichnet hast, oder täusche ich mich? Und weiterhin, dieser Begriff Urkommunikation erinnert mich an den Begriff von Stoa, Sympathia. Und Sympathia bei Stoa ist nicht nur interpersonal, sondern sozusagen interdinglich oder zwischendinglich oder sozusagen die Kommunikation zwischen allen Wesen im Weltall. Nun, meine Frage. Ich möchte gerne hören, wie du diesen Stoas Begriff der Kommunikation differenzierst von deinem Begriff der Urkommunikation. Denn der Begriff politisch, gerade an diesem Begriff habe ich immer wieder die Frage, wenn man Aristoteles zitiert, denn der aristotelische Begriff von politisch, Sogon, Logon, Politiker. Dieser Begriff kommt von Polis.
Ja.
Und gerade in der Zeit von Aristoteles lebte Alexander der Große, der ein Weltreich gegründet hat. Und heute kann man immer wieder in Frage stellen, ob die aristotelische Ethik und auch seinen Begriff von Polis sozusagen gültig gemacht werden kann für den Weltreich. Und dieser Weltreich existiert nach wie vor. Und der kantische Begriff von Weltbürger, er redet von den Weltbürger, aber im Grunde geht es bei ihm um den Begriff Bürger. Nicht, ja. Und das ist auch die Frage von heute. Wir kennen zum Beispiel, dass in einem Riesenland, ich nenne diesen Land nicht, aber das ist sozusagen in meinem Begriff sozusagen eine Wiedergabe des Antiken. Wie nennt man das? Sensei Kunshikoka nannte Tag.
Dictatorship, also.
Dictatorship, Sensei. Dieser sozusagen Wiedergabe des Weltreichs von Alexander der Große, der allerdings begleitet wird von der modernen Technologie. Das ist der große Unterschied. Und eine weitere Frage ist, ob die Technologie wiederum im Grunde gründlich zu unterscheiden wäre von der Natur oder die Technologie selber ist sozusagen natürliches Wesen. Und die Technologie als Produkt der Natur sei, weil die Technologie auch immer wieder dem Naturgesetz unterworfen sind. Also meine Frage ist kurz, ist dein Begriff der Urkommunikation sozusagen die Idee oder der Oberbegriff oder die Voraussetzung für den idealen Menschenrecht? Anders gesagt, ob und inwieweit dein Begriff Urkommunikation, wenn dieser Begriff nicht bloß ein optimistischer Begriff ist, sondern ein gültiger, effektiver und guter, sozusagen guter Begriff sei, ob diese Urkommunikation strukturierbar in die heutige Welt der Technologie. Das ist meine Frage.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank, Professor Ohashi. Also Ihre Frage ist natürlich sehr, sehr bedeutend in unserer Zeit. Also die Tragweite des Begriffes der Urkommunikation in meinem Vortrag, wie weit? Ja, das ist eine spannende Frage. Also nach meiner Meinung ist die Urkommunikation in meinem Sinne anwendbar zunächst exklusiv für Menschen, also interpersonale Verhältnisse sind spielen eine bedeutendste Rolle in der Urkommunikation. Also, aber wie ich schon zu der heutigen zweiten Frage schon geantwortet habe, andererseits glaube ich, diese Urkommunikation ist grundsätzlich offen auch für ein mögliches Verhältnis zwischen Menschen einerseits und nichtmenschlichen Wesen andererseits. Also das ist grundsätzlich offen. Also je nachdem, wie man schon jetzt oder in der Zukunft sich mit nichtmenschlichen Wesen, wie zum Beispiel Roboter oder sogar intelligenten Tiere verhält. Je nachdem, wie dieses Verhältnis welches Verhältnis wir haben werden, dann ist die mögliche Mitglieder sind mögliche Mitglieder der Urkommunikation allerdings zu verwandeln. Also in diesem Sinne kann die Urkommunikation auch nichtmenschliche Wesen als Mitglieder sozusagen akzeptieren? Das ist meine Frage. Also zunächst gehe ich davon aus, dass die Mitglieder der Urkommunikation exklusiv für Menschen sind, aber es ist eine ganz offene Frage. Also es kann sein, dass auch nichtmenschliche Wesen ihre, also mögliche Mitglieder der Urkommunikation sein können. Das ist meine kurze Frage, kurze Antwort. Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Herr Abe, ganz herzlichen Dank. Wir sind arg über der Zeit, deswegen muss ich leider jetzt da eingreifen. Jetzt habe ich aber einen Fehler gemacht. Ich habe nämlich eine Frage hier aus dem Plenum übersehen und deswegen jetzt noch möchte ich zulassen. Ganz kurze Frage und bitte ganz kurze Antwort, Herr Abe. Hanna McGorgy, bitte.
Guten Morgen. 興味深いご発表どうもありがとうございます。質問をドイツ語で
はい、お願いします。
Sie haben gesprochen von, und mit Ohashi-Sensei haben Sie auch dieses Thema angesprochen, aber zur Verdeutlichung möchte ich noch einmal das Wort Umweltschutz in das Gespräch bringen. Sie haben vorhin gesagt, dass es eine persönliche Frage sein soll, wie wir mit nichtmenschlichen Wesen umgehen sollen. Dann haben Sie aber auch gesagt, dass die Urkommunikation auch eine Verbindung mit verschiedenen klimatischen Elementen der Welt ist. Kann man daraus eine Verpflichtung zum Umweltschutz auch herausleiten? Herzlichen Dank.
Das ist eine gute Frage. Ja, also ja, vielen herzlichen Dank für Ihre sehr wichtige Frage. Meine Antwort ist ganz einfach. Ja, das kann sein. Also ziehen wir auch das Klima unserer Kultur sowie nichtmenschlichen Wesen in Betracht. Dann kann man also aufgrund unserer Urkommunikation, die solche Wesen beinhaltet, eine gewisse Norm oder eine erneute Pflicht gegenüber oder gegenüber der Umwelt oder zum Umweltschutz, die können wir bekommen. Ja, das ist meine ganz einfache Frage.
Vielen Dank für die präzise und Antwort. Ganz herzlichen Dank, Hiroshi Abe, für den schönen Vortrag und allen ganz herzlichen Dank für die lebendige Diskussion. I now switch back to English and without any break, we're going to continue since we're over time. I'm sorry for this. We continue with the next keynote by Angela Roothaan. Welcome to this conference. I'm very glad you accepted the invitation to give a lecture today, Angela. I'm going to introduce you very briefly. Angela Roothaan is professor at the University of Amsterdam for philosophy. Her research focuses on intercultural and African philosophy, criticism of modernity, spirituality, and spirit ontologies. In her work, she refers to critical theory, postcolonial theory, hermeneutics, deconstructivism, and pragmatism. Angela Roothaan is the founder and chair of the editorial office of the philosophical magazine La Linea, and she very recently, just I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe months ago, she published a book entitled Indigenous, Modern and Postcolonial Relations to Nature. You can find a flyer of this book at our homepage, so please just have a look. This book contributes to the field of intercultural philosophy by introducing the perspective of critical and postcolonial thinkers who are focused on systematic racism, power relations, and the intersection of cultural identity and political struggle. The title of today's lecture is Where Politics and Philosophy Intersect, Deconstructive, Postcolonial, Indigenous Approaches to Nature. Welcome, Angela. It's your floor now.
Thank you very much and vielen Dank für die Organisatoren für die Einladung hier in diese Konferenz. Thank you very much for having me in your conference. Actually, my talk will focus on some elements of this book, which was not published a few weeks ago, but a few months ago, the paperback edition was published. The book itself is from 2019, and I'm very happy that there's now a paperback, so it's more affordable. As you know, the Routledge books are sometimes very expensive. So for this talk, for this occasion, I want to focus on those elements in my book that concern the meta level of this discussion about the political dimension of nature. So I will not discuss what does nature mean in this tradition or that tradition, or how do different philosophers from the tradition have thought about nature. No, I will talk about how do we approach nature and what different types of positions are possible in this late modern or postmodern, if you wish, era, and what do they bring to our political stance. And to do so, I want to share my PowerPoint with you, and we'll speak next to the PowerPoint. So it is coming here. I hope you can all see it. If not, I think the Niels would let me know. If I don't hear anything, I think that's okay. So the title of the presentation is Where Politics and Philosophy Intersect. And the three approaches which I will treat of are the deconstructive, the post-colonial, and the indigenous approach. And I will, of course, explain what I mean by those. Actually, the focus of my book, or the book became, got its focus when I read a report by Global Witness, which is an institution which keeps track of environmental struggles and keeps data about them. And I was so shocked to read that already in 2015, and after that, the numbers only went up 100 to 200 people every year are killed over the struggle over the environment. So this is if you look at it that way, that these people all over the world in different places, in different contexts, are murdered because of their struggle for the environment, you could say that this is the most silent war happening in our days. And a large portion of these people being killed are part of indigenous peoples. In 2015, it were 40%. I don't know what it's now. So what is the aim of this talk? So with this silent war, so to speak, in the background, I will look with you at the question, what do these different approaches which we can have over against the problem, so to speak, of the climate, of the environmental issues, the big global crisis of our ecology. How do these different approaches have an effect on this? How do they reflect our stances, our actions, and how do they influence them. And you can read on the bottom of this slide that I do try to be as specific as possible about my concepts and to define them well. And I do so explicitly in my book, but for the purpose of this talk, I cannot be too specific all the time, of course, because otherwise it would take too long. So let us start with the first of these three paradigmatic approaches. And I also choose with every approach a thinker belonging to this stance. And the first is the deconstructive approach. And I choose, of course, here Derrida. And Derrida can be called an animalist philosopher in my terms. This is the term which I introduced in my book. And that is because he has written a famous essay on the human-animal divide. And in this essay, the most important thing is that he speaks about the animal watching us. I will go into this more later in my talk, but first I want to present the three positions. Of course, the human-animal divide, which is being deconstructed by Derrida, is also a symbol for human nature divide as such. The second one, which I call the post-colonial approach, here I choose James Murombezi as the paradigmatic author, so to speak. He's not a philosopher, he's a climate expert for the UN, for Africa. And he has written several scholarly articles about conservationism in the southern part of the African continent. And he's always, I'm very impressed by his work because he describes all the different entanglements in the present situation very well, referring to historical issues, legal issues, cultural, social, economic realities. And I would describe this as the post-colonial approach. Post-colonial is a word which can be used in many ways, and one of the ways is, of course, just using it as a historical term. And if we use it as a historical term, we are all in the post-colonial age, so to speak, because the time of the big colonial empires is in the past. But as a way to go about things and to approach nature and to try to do something to keep nature, to preserve it, etc. This approach is not a one-dimensional approach, so to speak, not like Derrida, who's deconstructing, but is trying to combine all kinds of different disciplines, and in this muddiness tries to get some pragmatic results. The third approach I call the indigenous approach, and for this approach I chose the Davi Kopenawa as the paradigmatic speaker. And Davi Kopenawa is a Yanomami shaman and spokesperson. And the spokesperson, I mean that Davi Kopenawa also has evolved into being someone going to, for instance, United Nations or other places where he can speak for the rights and the position of his people, but also of other indigenous tribes or peoples in the Amazon area. And he has written a thick book, which I've used also in my book. Written is not the exact word, it's written with the help of Bruce Albert, an anthropologist who has built a friendship with him and also became a kind of mediator and loyal to the cause of the Yanomami people. And he has held these interviews over the years with him on his request and turned them into this book, The Falling Sky, called Words of a Yanomami Shaman, and the English version came out in 2013. So these are the three positions. And for the indigenous approach, I would say I would choose the words of Kopenawa, who says, leaving the forest is a danger to humans. And of course, the forest can be taken as a symbolic indication. For him, it's a real forest, but for other indigenous peoples, it may be the savanna or the tundra or other natural locations. Okay, let's say some more about the deconstructive approach. Derrida, in his essay, another essay than the one on the animal, in the essay White Mythology, which is already from, I think, 1971, he talks about philosophy as, wait a minute, I have to do something to my screen to read the text. He says something about philosophy, and he means the philosophy seen as in which the Western philosophy, so to speak, sees itself as the philosophy per se, and has built itself on this creation myth where it started with the ancient Greeks and progressed until it reached its peak in the Enlightenment and beyond in Western Europe. So here's a quote: philosophy is a process of metaphorization which gets carried away in and of itself. So this is for him the white mythology. The white mythology is the forgetting that all your thought is based on metaphors and thinking that it reveals truth in itself, objective truth or absolute truth. So this, as Derrida indicates in the article, gives a legitimation of Europe and of whiteness, although he doesn't use that term, but it is clear from the essay. And also a legitimation of the human point of view as absolute. These three things, the human, the anthropocentric, the Eurocentric, and the white-centric, so to speak, are going hand in hand. So to deconstruct these, we have to become aware that the animal, and here we see a very beautiful statue of a cat, which is in the park where I often take my walks, that the animal is looking at us. So in this Eurocentric vision, we only see the world before us, and we never realize that we are also seen. And I chose a cat not by coincidence, because Derrida himself also had a special relation with the cat. So this becoming aware of our position is the start of certain human modesty and becoming aware of other voices, other viewpoints, etc. Not just those from animals, but those from all others who are not me. So he also writes in this essay, The Animal That Therefore I Am, that the human-animal divide doesn't define two clearly separated domains, but indicates a multiple and heterogeneous border beyond which a multiplicity of organizations of relations between living and dead can be distinguished. So what we mentioned to be a human is constantly shifting, so to speak, and also what we call non-human. Well, now, Murrumbetsi, in my book, I use his work to critique also a story which was very famous for some time in the news, the Lawrence Anthony story. Lawrence Anthony was a white conservationist in South Africa who had acquired a large, very large spot of land, and in the case of his life had invited or taken there a herd of elephants, which was under threat of being killed because they were too close to, they were not being able to keep them in their original reserve. They were always breaking out, etc., and threatening human lands. So after Lawrence Anthony died, the elephants who were on this large land started, actually before he died, they started to walk. And when he had just died, they arrived at his house and kind of mourned for several days around it before disappearing again. So there was a book about him called The Elephant Whisperer. And when I read it, it's of course a fascinating story, this man who had special relationship with elephants, but also it's again this kind of hero story of the white man single-handedly saving nature. And the local peoples, the natives, so to speak, they are only secondary characters in this story. They are either helpers of him, the good natives, or they are people who want to kill animals on his land, the bad one. Now Murrumbidgee makes all this muddiness a bit more concrete when he studies how it is possible that only such a white man can do such an act of conservation, because Murrumbidgee shows that there are different laws since the apartheid days in South Africa, or different countries in Southern Africa. The dual land tenure system, he calls it, and they have created different legal possibilities of ownership for modern firms, modern farming enterprises, which are mostly white, and those of the communal groups who have communal possession. And this, of course, was sold as adapting to the African indigenous peoples, their way of life and their communal structure. But this is now, in the present day, a very strange, has a very strange effect, where the choices being made in issues such as conservation are much more limited for people from these black communities than for the whites or others who have modern enterprise. Now then, let us go to Davi Kopenawa, and here I have quoted extensively because I think that many people of you may not know his work. And of course, his voice is the voice most unheard of in philosophy. Let me just read these quotes, and I think you will understand most of the non-Western words, but I will give brief synonyms for them. What the white people call nature is Vrije, the forest land, but also its image, which can only be seen by the shaman, the spirit of the forest. It is thanks to this image that the trees are alive. For us, the Hapiri are the true owners of nature. So Hapiri is a word which is used for something which we would call spirit, but it's different than a spirit in the Western tradition, because the Hapiri can also be talked about in very imaginative ways, like dancing, bearing feathers, etc. And in some of the languages of the Yanomami peoples, Hapiri may also mean the shamans themselves. Second quote. What white people refer to as environment is what remains of the forest and land that were hurt by their machine. I would prefer them to talk about nature as a whole thing. So to my students, I say this book by David Kopenawa is a philosophy book because it criticizes concepts and places these concepts in critical, theoretical approaches. So when he talks about white language, he says nature is such a good word, and ecology is a good word because they are holistic words, but environment is a word he uses for the situation where we already see nature as separate from us, as something out there, and not as something which we are part of as human beings and what we are responsible for. So when we not listen to the Hapiri are friendly to the forest because it belongs to them and makes them happy. The white people, they find nature beautiful without knowing why. On the contrary, we know that what they call nature is the forest as well as the Hapiri that live in it. Omama created their houses and passed there. Omama is the great creator. He wanted us to protect them. If the white people ravage the forest and destroy its hills and mountains, the Hapiri will lose their homes. Furious, they will flee far away from our land, and human beings will remain there at the mercy of all ill. This is the danger of leaving the forest. Now, what knowledge are we talking here about, and by whom? Since the beginning of time, Omama has been the center of what the white people call ecology. It's true. Long before these words existed among them, and they started to speak about them so much, they were already in us, though we did not name them in the same way. For the shamans, there have always been words that came from spirit to defend the forest. If we had books like they do, the white people would see how old these words are. So this is also a very interesting quote. This quote also challenges the idea that philosophy, thinking critically about our reality, or the reality of which we are part, or of which we have to become a part, or whatever, that this thinking about it, this philosophical or theoretical activity is not only the activity that is done in written words. So oral cultures can be philosophical as well. Here, Kopenawa also challenges a very common prejudice. Now, let us come to a recapitulation. I tried to make my lecture not too long. We are already running out in the program, but I also think it's nice to keep some time for discussion because I'm very curious about how you think about these issues too. So what are the issues and how to go about them? The deconstructive approach by Derrida is concerned with a specific intersection of philosophy and politics. That was the title of my talk, where politics and philosophy intersect. Derrida is concerned with the politics of words. And you could see his approach as one which is kind of within the white culture, although he's not completely part of white culture, having been born in Algeria, in an Arabic culture, as a Jew, etc. So, but by going to France, studying there, building a career there, and later in the United States, he has become part of the white philosophers, so to speak, the Western philosophers. Maybe I should say that better. Maybe he's not a white philosopher, but he tries to change things from the inside. He's not destructing philosophy as Western philosophy, but deconstructing it, showing the cracks, showing where it is weak, where it is not consistent, where it is ideological, and leaves these things in the open for whatever may happen with it. So this is this dismantling of the white mythology. The postcolonial approach by Mbetsi is concerned with the politics of structures and institutions. So he is very pragmatic, realist. We have these laws, we have these economical systems where we are dependent on, etc. We are in a globalized world. So he's not ideological in a detached way, but trying to be realist and trying to repair things in such a way that life for the original peoples who live in the land, or also the immigrants, for everybody, so to speak, can become better, and that we find more just ways to deal with nature and what is left of it. And the third approach, the one by Kopenhagen, is concerned with, and that is a term which I give to it. Of course, I did it also with the other approaches. I would call it politics of epistemology. It is about who has the right to speak, who has the right to say that their knowledge, is true knowledge, is valid knowledge. Of course, we are all epistemologists since the Enlightenment, and since, I mean, now we, not human beings, but we as part of this type of conference, of this type of Europe-based discourse, we are all followers of Kant, in a sense, who decided that it was important to decide what is valid knowledge and what is not valid knowledge. And as you may know, Kant was not only the writer of the three critiques, but also of the little essay where he, the Träume eines Geistersehers, or Dreams of a Spirit Seer, where he denounces spiritual knowledge as, well, not interesting for a scholar, not interesting for people who seek valid knowledge. So this is important to know, that in the same time that this system of epistemologically based belief in science and in scholarly knowledge was built, at the same time spirit knowledge and spirit ontologies were banned from the European discourse. Now, let's take a final look, so to speak, on these intersections between politics and philosophy. And of course, words change. When we speak about nature, when we speak about ecology, etc., words are not always meaning the same thing. They are changing according to where we are, in what time we are, and they adapt themselves to different realities. So this is something which I hope to have drawn attention to, that we're always in a situated story. We are not able to do timeless philosophy or say things about the world which are valid for always or for everybody. The second thing, which is, I think, important in my presentation of the three approaches, is to realize that history is not a fate that decides our actions and meanings, but that our destiny is in our hands, so to speak. We have to be the makers of our own fate. And here I borrow a sentence of Karl Popper in his Open Society book. So we can only inform ourselves very well. We cannot base our actions on universal knowledge or something like that. But we will always have to make optimalized choices, but we cannot know whether they are the best. Now, the question who talks is, I think, the important one to ask in a conference as this. In the end, it is about whose voices we are ready to listen to. Do we listen only to white voices? And by white, I don't only mean, or don't mean skin color, because the skin color of so-called white people is rather pinkish and not white, but whiteness, of course, refers to a certain culture, which does give privilege to people of lighter skin. But mainly whiteness or white culture or white philosophy indicates a certain modernist relation to nature and to ourselves. Do we only listen to those voices, or do we also listen to the voices of those who struggle with the post-colonial heritage? Or do we also listen to the voices of those who prefer to remain in the forest, as Kopenhagen said about this people? And if we open our ears to them, can we maybe also listen to the voices of those who are on the other side of the multiplicity of difference between ways to be living and ways to be dead? That is, of course, a reference to Derrida's deconstruction of the human-animal divide. So are we also able to listen to the voices of animals, of plants, of rivers, etc.? So this was what I wanted to say to you, and I hope to have incited also some discussion. Here is my list of references. I think that's important to give to you. And this is my final slide. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to be joined now for the discussion again.
Thank you very much, Angela, for this presentation. We do take time for discussion. So please just raise your electronic hands and I'll call you to the floor if you have a question. Maybe as long as nobody else raises his hand, let me take the chance to ask a question myself, Angela Roothaan. You when talking about the indigenous perspective, you stressed the question of, well, at least I understood, if I understood you right, you stressed the question of power relations. So do the indigenous perspectives, do the indigenous voices have the opportunity to be heard, the right to speak up? And I wonder whether this would be part of the post-colonial perspective still, and whether turning to the indigenous perspective, we may be faced with yet other problems, and maybe even more difficult to problems even more difficult to find a solution for, and that is not allow someone to speak up, not make the Western white philosophers listening, but asking how can we get able to change epistemologies? How will we be able and enabled to actually understand what they are talking about? How would we be able to listen to, as you ended with, non-human living entities who raise up their voices like animals and plants? And I think this is, maybe you could elaborate a little, because to me it looks like the indigenous perspective would raise even more questions, while it definitely raises the power question. I agree, but yeah. So, okay, thank you.
I think I got your point, although it has different aspects, of course, what you ask. But let's focus on how do we, so to speak, we of this academic culture, progress in listening better to those voices of the indigenous peoples. Of course, there are no speakers here now with those specific voices, although there are people from different cultures and from different backgrounds and also from post-colonial situations. But I don't want to go into definition questions here too much, although I have answers to them, but it would take too long. But I think to listen more to these voices of someone like Davi Kopenawa demands of us two things. First, we should try to open up our discourses to them. And of course, they will need helpers, like Davi Kopenawa had his helper, Bruce Albert, who made this book for him to make him being heard, so to speak, in our world. The other thing is, it has to do with stopping to do what anthropologists call othering. Stopping to think that these peoples are an other type of human being. They are not. They are just as human as we are. They are just as rational as we are. They can make choices in the same manner as we can. They just make other choices, and they made other choices. And I use the term indigenous here in a free way for those peoples who have always tried to resist being taken up into colonial situations, although they suffered the effects of colonization, of course, but by fleeing further into uninhabited areas, etc., trying to distance themselves from this modern monster, so to speak. And when we stop othering them, we should also see that we are like them. And we are, because we also do hear animals speaking, or we do hear nature speaking, or forests, or rivers, etc. Those people who do care to look and to listen do hear those things. And maybe it is a good place here that one of the persons who taught me this the most was an aunt of mine, not exactly an aunt, but a cousin of my father. And she lived in Germany in the region which we call the Sauerland. And I spent many holidays with her. And one of the things which was talked about here was the mountain. It was yesterday in one of the sessions, I think. And in the view of her house, I always saw a beautiful mountain. And one year I came back and the mountain was not there. I said, what happened? The mountain is gone. It was so shocking. And she said, oh, yes, those are far distant cousins of mine. And they stopped having respect for the mountain, and they sold it to a mining company. So these issues are not just issues of indigenous peoples. They are also our issues. They're happening all the time. So this would be my answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, I also see questions in the chat box. So
yeah, there's already a couple of questions. Thank you. Just one sentence, please. I mean, you're totally right. And with requesting that we need to stop othering. But the question is this all that easy? Because you're saying, well, they're as rational. But with Derrida, you would have to say, well, are we all that rational? So I mean, this rationality itself.
That's a different way to do the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
We also have to question our idea of rationality and broaden our concept of rationality, etc. Yeah.
There's lots of questions. So next one is Renate Scheben, please.
Yes, Angela, thank you so much for your presentation and also for your book. I enjoyed reading it. And I also wrote a question in the chat, because in your book, you also refer to Val Plumwood. And I was wondering where you situate her in your overview and also more in general, the role of ecofeminism. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yes, thank you. I like the work of Val Plumwood very much. She's not among us anymore. Of course, she passed away. But for those who don't know her work, she was in Australia, and Plumwood was not her Christian name, so to speak. It's a name she took later on when she, with her partner, started to live off the grid on a hillside where a lot of plum trees were growing. And that's when she adopted the name Plumwood as her new name, as kind of new indigeneity, so to speak. So this is what she and others in that fashion try to do, to try to live like the others, so to speak, like the indigenous peoples. I think this approach is very helpful in the sense that it relativizes modernism. It shows people who are part of this white culture an alternative. On the other hand, I find it also a bit problematic when it might have a certain aspect of cultural appropriation, as it is called. It should one should be aware of passing by what these indigenous peoples are actually suffering today. So it is not enough to only start to live well or off the grid for oneself or for one's little community or whatever. One should also be solidary with these people who are real victims and where real children are dying because of mining companies polluting their rivers, etc., etc. So with that aspect added, I think with the political aspect added, the eco-feminist ethics is a good movement, of course. That would be my answer.
Okay.
Thank you. We turn to Anke Granis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Angela, for your very nice presentation. And I really have to read your book. I would like to come back to the political aspect, which was in one of the main focuses of your talk. I think in the consequences, you underlined the necessity to stop othering and to listening to each other. So my question is now if this is enough, because I think the problem we are facing is a real clash of interests, of very strong interests, a real clash of ways of life. And insofar, I'm asking myself if your book or your presentation doesn't show us the limits of philosophy, because I'm afraid that listening to each other, changing epistemological approaches, maybe things like this, will not be enough to change the situation.
No, you're quite right. I wouldn't say this brings us to the limits of philosophy, because I think philosophy can also become political, and it should not just be about understanding, analyzing, or even dialogue. And actually, this is also what in this article which I wrote in Polylog, which you know, mentioned that the intercultural philosophy should take up some insights from post-colonial theory and from critical theory, because you can only dialogue when you've already realized that not all voices are heard simultaneously or on the same level, so to speak. The idea of what the Habermas has called the Herrschaftsfreie Diskussion mündiger Menschen, the discussion without violence, so to speak, to say it in English, of people who all have the right to speak, cannot be held until the haves, so to speak, the people belonging to the white culture, have restrained themselves. Of course, and that is maybe another aspect in which the ecofeminism, which Renate just mentioned, comes back to it in the discussion, that we also should limit our needs. We should also limit our usage of products of mining, etc. And we should also the first conversation which we should have would have to be under a willingness to appear for the court of the others. We should be willing to appear for the court of the indigenous people. And they have the right, they get the right to say what they demand of us. And it will not be possible to answer all their demands. That's of course clear. Like some people now in the United States say the settlers should go and leave us the land. Well, I think that's not possible, practically speaking. But of course, you can discuss the laws, who decides about certain lands, or right certain wrongs in stealing lands, right certain wrongs in the manner of paying reparations, or drawing back. Like the Netherlands, for instance, my country is involved in very ugly mining, gold mining projects in Suriname, our former colony. And now in Suriname, there's a big crisis of COVID, and it's in the news how the Dutch doctors go very kindly to Suriname to help out, etc. But nobody talks about how we destroy their nature there. So this will be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question comes from Karina Pape, please.
Yeah, and can I also later go into some of the questions in the chat box?
Yes, but this is doubled. So in the chat is Renate had a question there, okay. And Louise Müller will come later. So first is Karina Pape, please.
Yeah, thank you, Karina.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, I knew Derrida, but I didn't know the other two approaches you mentioned. And I definitely have to read your book too, I think. What you said about Derrida, about the colonial white gaze, reminded me of phenomenological approaches, which I use more. And I think we can combine them very, very easily with deconstructive approaches. I just wonder if we can combine them also with the two approaches you mentioned, the post-colonial and the indigenous approach, because I don't know these two so much, and I would love to hear more about them, but of course the time is short, so I will keep it briefly, and that's my question. Do you think it's a good idea to combine phenomenological approaches like Sartre, Beauvoir, Fanon, Yancey, Alcoff, and all these descriptions of the white gaze and how it can be reversed with the two approaches, which were new to me? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to the distinction between the different approaches, I think they can enrich each other, of course, in a philosophical undertaking, but it's also good to distinguish them, to see where people come from, what is their situation, where do they speak from. And as to Derrida, I would see Derrida as a phenomenologist as well. That's where he started his studies. But I think he mixed phenomenology with critical theory approach, although he doesn't mention it so much. Of course, he is founder of a new current in philosophy himself. So, and also Derrida is read in different ways, but the way in which I read it, it adds more of the, I think it has more of the critical aspect in it than some of the other works which are often compared with him. For instance, Foucault, like Foucault is much more descriptive and doesn't mention this is just or this is unjust. And the question of justice is at the core, is at the heart of all the works of Derrida. So that will be my answer. Yeah. And I hope you will work further on this. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Angela. I would like to take 3 more questions we have in the plenum right now and close the list with this. First is Georg Stenger, then Ram Mal and last Louise Müller. Georg, please.
Yeah, thanks so much for your talk. It's inspiring. I have just, my question is close to the former one. I'm not that sure that you can combine or you can mix these approaches from Derrida on the one hand, post-colonial debates, and the other one of this Yamamani. So I have some doubts about that, because I would say these methodologies are, I wonder if you can bind these together. Yeah, so it is, and if I saw in the right way, you mentioned on one of your screen Karl Popper, yes, and with Karl Popper's critical rationalism, I would say it's just a theoretical of an open society in a special Western thinking, and I would say he would argue totally against post-colonial debates, critical theories, all these things. If you look at his book, Poverty of Historism, or all these, yes, I wonder why you take Karl Popper as a mediator. So for these 3 approaches you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you. I see your problem, and actually, this is a problem I've tried to move beyond since I did my studies. Of course, I was trained in thinking methodologically, that you always first have to make clear what is your way to a certain topic, etc., and remain within the bounds of that method. But a few years ago, I read a book by Lewis Gordon. I don't know if you know his name. He's an American philosopher of Caribbean background. And he wrote this book, Disciplinary Decadence. And he says, if you remain too straight in your methods and in your disciplines, you will fail to see the problems which you're dealing with. So he proposes that we have a problem-based approach. So first we see the problem, like every day so many people are killed in the struggle of the environment, and the environment goes to rot. So this is the problem. Now, what can we use to address this problem? Oh, we can use something from Karl Popper. We can use something from Hegel, maybe even. We can use something from Kant, etc. So that is my my approach. When I read that book, I thought, yeah, this is what I also want to do, what I'm doing already. Yeah.
Could you send it in chat, this book, please?
Yeah, I will.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Ramal, you're next, please. You do have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, all right. Thank you very much for your lecture. I normally go nearly every year in South Africa, Indian community and the South African. My question is with regard to the problematic of post-colonial Membe. And in one of my talks there, I just told that caste system is one of the oldest apartheid system in the world, beside South African system. Now, my problem is that post-colonial colonialism, say in India or even in South Africa, something has been taken over from the structuralism, so to say, from European country. So indigenous way of solving the problem is not working because South African have colonized South Africans. Indians, they do the same thing. In one of my talks in India, I said how to get rid of the brown Indians doing similar things as the British did. So that is my question, how to get rid of this post-colonial structure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. There's one issue. I hear an echo. Maybe you mute yourself again.
What?
Maybe if you put off your microphone again, yeah, then the echo is gone. I heard an echo. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the issues is the use of the word indigenous. I use indigenous solely for these people who have resisted modernity up till now, and not just for all colonized peoples, because many colonized peoples were, in a sense, already on different stages of modernization, or what you may call that way. So, but on the other hand, I see your issue that there are in the formerly colonized peoples, they had their own injustices, and were new injustices put on top of them, and making use of the old injustices. So it's a mess, which you are having to deal with afterwards. And I think Murambetsi is, for me, a promising approach, gives a promising approach, because he shows that it is a long and hard work. You just have to untangle all these things and then start looking at what do we think now is a good society or not, and how do we move forward. And there I am inspired by someone like Amilcar Cabral, was a revolutionary in Africa and also an important thinker on culture and identity. And he has said, and here I see also a little link with Karl Popper, by the way. He says that history is not just the past, history is what we make of it now, is how we go towards the future and what we want to be. So that is up to all of us now. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, and last contribution for this session comes from Louise Müller.
Hi, Angela. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. And I also very much enjoyed reading your book, which I reviewed for the Polylog journal. My question is related to your indigenous approach and the work of Davy Kopenava, because you mentioned that this is philosophical, but then at the same time, you also mentioned that Ruth, she somehow mediated because she was the one who wrote down the ideas of Kopenava. So I wondered, why you categorize this book as being philosophical and not of an anthropological nature, whereas because in anthropology, I mean, there's also a mediator who somehow translates the voices of the indigenous people. So what is the difference? Can you elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, very relevant question as well. Actually, Bruce Albert himself wrote a very long piece to indicate how he made this book and how he avoided to translate too much. what Kopenhagen wanted to say by writing it down and by translating it into a European language, first in French, and then it has been translated in English. So, and he himself says that he doesn't consider this an anthropological book. So he says, it's not my book. I'm the editor, so to speak, of Kopenhagen's book. So the book doesn't say anything about the Yanomami, only the necessary things for the non-informed readers. It has a very thick part of the book is footnotes, and that's also because he doesn't want to interrupt the text, but also realizes that we have to have a lot of extra knowledge to understand text. But so it's not about them, but it is the voice of David Kopenhagen, which he has tried to give a forum, so to speak, among us. So in that sense, I would say it's not an anthropological book, although he, as an anthropologist, of course, and many anthropologists do that, become solidary to the people that they come to study, and take up the role of a mediator, a kind of ambassador between the outside world and the world of this isolated people. So in that sense, he came there as an anthropologist, but he became a friend and also a collaborator, so to speak, for a common cause. And why it is a philosophy book? Well, if you read Plato or Descartes or all these things which we consider philosophy, this is just someone telling how they think the world has to be described, what is the destiny of human beings, what is thinking, what is language, what is the good life, all these philosophical questions which we normally see as philosophical questions are in the words of David Kopenhagen. Yeah.
All right. Then thank you so much for yet another very lively discussion. I'm so happy that even though we can only meet digitally, that we keep on discussing and everyone stays with us. Thank you for this, and particularly thank you, Angela Roothaan, for this nice presentation. This has been very inspiring. Thanks to all. We now do have a lunch break, and I do want to invite you to be back for this afternoon sessions. We're going to have 2 afternoon sessions on the politics of nature, one and the other on decolonial approaches to nature, both starting at 2:30. Please be back for this very interesting afternoon sections. And finally, let me remember all members of the Society for Intercultural Philosophy that tonight at 7:30 we will have the members convention at 7:30 after this evening's lecture. So thank you, have a nice lunch break, see you all back at 2:30, and then at 6 o'clock for the plenary lecture by Seyyed Hossein Nasr. Goodbye, and thank you. Hello, good evening. We're gonna start with evening lecture in just a minute or two, since as you probably can hear, church bells are ringing here and it's a bit noisy. It actually sounds pretty nice, but maybe we should wait and for some more silence. And we're gonna start in 2 minutes time. All right. Welcome back. I'm glad to see that so many of you are back here for the evening lecture with Professor Nasr. Church bells have finally stopped ringing, so we can start. Very warm welcome to you, Professor Nasr. We are honored that you join us for the conference and talk to us this evening. It's actually around noon, I guess, your time. I'll briefly introduce Seyyed Hossein Nasr to you. He is an internationally recognized authority on Islamic science and spirituality. Born into a family of distinguished scholars and physicians in Tehran, Nasr has been concerned since childhood with the nature of physical reality and with the relationship of nature to religious and spiritual life. Though exiled from Iran since 1979 for political reasons, he remains an important and influential player in the vibrant and diverse Iranian philosophical scene. Professor Nasr became the first Iranian undergrad admitted to MIT with a scholarship in the physics department. Though top-ranked in his class, he began to doubt that physics would lead him to his goal of understanding the nature of physical reality. Doubt that was confirmed by contact with British philosopher Bertrand Russell. He earned a master's degree in geology and geophysics and a doctorate in the history of science and learning at Harvard University. He then returned to Iran to teach at Tehran University, where he became the youngest full professor on the faculty. In 1964, he became the first Aga Khan Professor of Islamic Studies at the American University of Beirut, where he has been a dean for the faculty and also served as academic vice-chancellor. Today, Professor Nasr is University Professor of Islamic Studies at George Washington University. He has served as leader of the Muslim delegation at conferences at which the Pope and Dalai Lama have represented their faiths. He is the author of more than 50 books and 500 articles, including Man and Nature, The Spiritual Crisis of Modern Man, and Religion and the Order of Nature, and Knowledge and the Sacred, just to name a few among many. We are very happy to welcome you here. We're very eager to listen to your lecture, which is entitled The Significance of Nature in Human Life, Spiritually, Intellectually, and Socio-Politically. The floor is yours, Professor Nasr.
Good morning, sir. I'm very glad to be able to see Tübingen University from afar again. In 1970, I was guest of the Universiteit Tübingen. And my dear friend Joseph van Es was a famous Islamicist teaching there, had arranged for me to give a lecture at the university, so I know the medieval setting of the university very well. And I'm very glad that there's now interest in the subject in Germany to this extent that its most important universities are paying attention to it. But let me begin by saying this was not always the case. It's remarkable how the Western academia and also the intellectual climate in the West neglected the coming environmental crisis for such a long time. And of course, so did the rest of the world, and even worse. In 1953, the famous book Silent Springs was written by an American woman about the pollution of the rivers of New England. And it became very popular, but people thought that that was the really problem, what was then called ecological problem, was the pollution of the streams of New England. But to deal with the deep issues that were involved, which was much more than simply physical and having to do with water or earth or any single element of the world of nature, we had to wait a few years. I'd become very much aware of this crisis while I was studying at Harvard, having had a background in classical Persian culture and Islam, and then having studied the modern sciences, both physics and geology, geophysics at Harvard and MIT, and then Western philosophy and mysticism, everything at Harvard. I felt that there was a major crisis that was coming about and nobody spoke about. And so in 1966, the famous Romanian scholar Mircea Eliade, who was then teaching at the University of Chicago, who also was one of the rare scholars, although he did not have scientific training like I had, but who was aware of the significance of the traditional views of nature as held in various civilizations, contacted me, and along with the dean of the Divinity School and a few major scientists at the University of Chicago, they invited me to give a series of lectures at the University of Chicago on this issue, which I did, traveling from Tehran to Chicago, where in 4 nights in a row, I gave these 4 lectures, which came out of the book, The Encounter of Matter and Nature, the Spiritual Crisis of the Modern World, or Modern Man, was originally. And the book later on came out as Matter and Nature, was abbreviated and come into many, many different editions. But although it was 6 months later, Lynn White delivered his famous talk on the historical roots of our ecological crisis, which sort of rang the bell for the general public in America. He was, in fact, in the audience where I spoke. I'd spoken 6 months earlier. Anyway, it's not a question of who gets credit for what, but after that, more awareness was created in this matter, and the University of Chicago and Eliade and others insisted that I published my text, which I did very quickly, and the book came out as Matter and Nature. It was very violently opposed by many Western especially Catholic and Anglican theologians who had been interested in the world of nature. And until that time, the idea was that it was the greatest of Christianity was that it made possible modern science. So they took great pride in that. Of course, things have changed 180 degrees. But then they said this fellow from the Middle East, who the heck is he? From someone from Iran, coming out telling us that we went wrong somewhere and that we're going to face a big crisis. So I met with a lot of intellectual opposition, although many of my books have been published at Harvard elsewhere. But this book it came out in England first and then in the United States, met with a lot of opposition. But nevertheless, the environmental movement began, and it began in the far west. It was symbolic, really, where we say in Islam that when the Mahdi comes, the sun shall arise from the west. It's symbolic and of a kind of Mahdi's messianic event that was taking place. And the environmental movement began really in California, the far west of the Western world, and it spread eastward. One of the probably the only movement in history to have done so. Everything usually used to go from east to west, from Christianity and Mithraism to medieval philosophy and so forth until modern times. But this time it came from there to Europe, and it took a long time for it to reach the Islamic world and India and other places. And as you all know, the non-Western countries, except for Japan, which was industrially, technologically sort of part of the Western complex, although located in the eastern region of the landmass of Asia, Eurasia, except for Japan, all of the other civilizations were totally opposed to what was going on in the West against about the environmental movement. And their argument was the following, which is a very powerful argument, but totally false. The argument was that while you, that is the West, were getting rich, polluting the earth, nobody was around to tell you not to do it. Now that's our turn to do the same. And you say, oh, don't do it, the earth will collapse, the ecosystem will collapse. So we will not listen to you. Let's get where you are, and then we'll solve the problem together, which of course was suicide. And that's why it took a long time for even the Islamic world, whose natural philosophy is so deeply rich in environmental ideas and teachings, dragged its feet, and so did Hindu India and the Buddhist world, and of course China, which now has a very good environmental policy, but at first it was unbelievable, the destruction that was going on in Beijing. You couldn't see the other side of the street from the smog many years ago. But nevertheless, I'm mentioning this to show you that it was an international, non-Western turning one's back to what was really a global problem, although created originally in the West, but was now a global problem. That's a virus now. There's killed 590,000 people in the United States, whether they come from China or somewhere else. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem for the United States. And this problem, was to argue it was all the fault of the British or New England people in the 17th century, Lowell, Massachusetts, and all these things. That was not going to solve it. The problem is now global, and it has come into the other civilizations of the world, whether they like it or not. And what I'm going to do is, my time is limited, I want to deal with those reactions more than with what's going on in the West. Other people in this conference, I'm sure, will deal with it. And I want to concentrate really on the Islamic world, because I've been concerned now for 55, 60 years of my life with the environmental issues, not only in the West, but in my own country, Iran, and other countries in the Islamic world, Pakistan, and also Muslim India, and also even Hindu India. And I was very active. Now I'm grown old, I don't travel so much, but I was very active before in trying to awaken people to the significance, actually, of this issue. It is not accidental. I don't want to talk about what I did in these matters, but that the first country in all of Asia to have actually a governmental department for environmental studies. I mean, Muslim Asia, China, and Japan, I will not get into that, other types of structures, was Iran. And when I was in Iran, I convinced the government, especially the Queen, who helped along with this and told the Shah about this, to create actually a unit for the protection of the environment. At that time, they thought it was just for hunting ground and so forth to preserve good areas for hunting, but of course that's absurd. Nevertheless, it was the start when the Iranian Revolution began. They thought this was absurd. This was a terrible thing that the Shah had done. In fact, they allowed all of the beautiful reserves that were created in northern Iran. The doors opened and everybody came back, and many of the rare animal species died. You just cannot imagine the catastrophe that took place. And then when Rafsanjani was president of Iran, he realized what a mistake had been made, and he went back to trying to reestablish the national parks and a system like you have in the United States, that is protecting certain areas of nature in order to preserve a kind of balance with the parts that are being attacked by modern industry and technology. But anyway, then other Islamic countries gradually came to the fore. And today, as I'm talking to you, there's no Islamic country in which there's not interest in the environmental crisis. In some countries, it's the NGOs and especially women. It's a very strange thing. Young women in countries like Egypt, like Tunisia, at the forefront, really, of the environmental movement. And that's something unique in Islamic history, a major intellectual movement led by, not completely, but at least partly by women. And there are very profound reasons for this I will not go into now. Now, since my time is limited, let me analyze what we're facing, not only the Islamic world, but everywhere, but concentrating more on Islam, of which I know a little bit, but it's shared by all civilizations, including those who are secularized like the West and those who are half secularized like the East. There are very few civilizations left in the world which are totally traditional. The 1951 Chinese attack of Tibet and the destruction of Yemen by Jamal Abdel Nasr, those two countries were almost totally still traditional, collapsed from that point of view, although elements with traditional elements remained within them. Anyway, to come back to our story, first of all, we must realize that the environmental crisis is not only bad engineering, bad economics. It's not going to be solved by better engineering, better planning on the material level. It is ultimately a spiritual crisis. In fact, before the pollution of the inner space of man took place, there could not have been this pollution of the environment. From a spiritual point of view, already from the time of the scientific revolution of the 17th century, and before that, the Renaissance, the cutting off of human reason from the divine intellect, the secularization, humanization of knowledge, of life, the independence of man from heaven, from God, the really what I call the substitution of pontifical man, al-insan, was a bridge between heaven and earth in a sense, a reflection of God's names and qualities, to the Promethean man. Prometheus who stole fire from the heavens, who turned his back against the gods and was punished for it. All of these things took place before you saw anything outside. I give you a concrete example, as you will not forget. Everybody in high school has learned that Sir Isaac Newton, the great genius of physics and mathematics, was sitting under a tree in England, in Cambridge, when an apple fell on his head, and he discovered the law of gravitation. Whether this is true or not, I will not get into. I will get into this point. Sir Isaac Newton devised the law of gravitational force. F equals mm times g times mm divided by 1 r squared. That's the formula for gravitation between mass m1, mass m2. What effect did it have on British technology that year? None. What about the year after? None. It took a long, long time, 100 years after Newton, for the physics that was discovered by Newton to be related to technology. So the first lesson that we learn is that the environmental crisis is as a result of the application of a materialistic science of nature to nature. If it had not been applied, we would not have had the environmental crisis. We would have had the Principia of Newton sitting on the shelf, the optics of Newton sitting on the shelf, all the books of the other scientists, but it was not applied. It's their application of a science of nature which denies any reality to nature beyond the material physical. Now, some people have added psychological in the 20th century, 21st century, but it's still very minor. Physics doesn't accept that. They have trouble understanding quantum mechanics without the knowledge of quantum state, which changes the quantum state and therefore involves consciousness. But they're stuck on that philosophically. They don't know how to solve it. It's not been accepted as part of the modern Western philosophy of physics and of science. So you have this problem, this very, very major problem of human beings living in a world in which they've created a science which has no place for human beings, qua spiritual beings, qua human beings who have emotions, who have ethical values, have aesthetic values. These are all irrelevant. The irrelevant categories in the science that those very human beings have created. So this is a situation in which we live, and the environmental crisis has to pay attention to these elements if it's going to make any sense and have an effect. Otherwise, of course, yes, it's fine. It can have some effect. You can clean up the Thames River like it was done in England. But to have an effect to change the direction of humanity before we commit mass suicide, it needs more than that. We human beings have to realize what our role is towards nature, not only as destroyers of nature, but also as preserver. You have to start with this point. There are all these species in the world. If you're simply materialistic Darwinist, they're all results of evolution. Why is it that if all of the monkeys of Africa started reproducing, have medical schools and so forth, they will not be able to destroy the whole of Africa, whether we can. Or we can. From where comes this power of this one species to destroy the very order of nature which has created that species? Many other species have come and gone, they've died. Dinosaurs were very big. They have all kinds of very big creatures, much bigger than us, the mammoths and so forth. But why is that we can do that? That points to a spiritual matter. That is, man is of this world, but not completely of it. It's in this world, but it's something in the human being which reflects the divine power which created the world, which God has given to us to test us. And to use it unwisely is suicide. To use it wisely is to live humanly. In all traditional societies, man was the custodian of nature. This is the word that we keep using now, man as custodian, man as custodian. This is not a modern idea. In fact, it's a revival of a very, very ancient traditional idea. I've written extensively about this. I don't have time to even give you examples now, but I have to mention the idea. So there is a spiritual relationship between man and nature. And without the realization of the spiritual relationship, all our other relationships are in danger or cause the danger of destroying nature itself. I've said this so often, this is a bit blatant to use the language, but we cannot treat nature as a prostitute. We have to treat nature as our wife, towards whom we have duties, and not just to satiate our desires, so-called needs, artificial needs, which we make all the time to create, to something. So we have to realize that. Then there is our intellectual relation with nature. We cannot realize our spiritual relation to nature unless we change our intellectual relation to nature. If nature is all matter in motion, if nature is reducible to what Newton and Max Planck and Einstein and people like that said, then everything else that we relate to nature is subjective. And it goes back to the Cartesian era of bifurcation. Everything we say is subjective. It has no ground in objective reality. If I enjoy walking in the woods, it's a subjective thing. It has nothing to do with the reality of that forest that is penetrating into my reality. So we have to realize that we have to have a new intellectual attitude towards nature. And our whole educational system is against it. The whole modern educational system is to reduce the study of nature to an it, to pure quantity, to quantification, to matter in motion, as Newton would say. Newton himself knew it. He was very unhappy, by the way. Newton was an anti-Newtonian in a way, philosophically. Otherwise, he would never spend half of his life studying alchemy and ancient sciences before 17th century science, which people don't want to pay attention to. So, in fact, the case of Newton is very interesting from that point. But I'm just mentioning him as the paragon of a supreme example in the lives of many people of a modern scientist. We have to have another attitude towards nature. That is, our intellectual relation with nature is not reducible only to a purely quantitative science with the goal of pragmatic achievements. Much of his father would find a new drug for a new ailment and so on and so on. I must say that, but at what price? So what are we doing? At what price? At what price? We have to become aware of it. We can, I believe, integrate the limited view of nature as exists in modern science into a more universal view of nature intellectually. That can be done, I believe, without, in fact, harming the real nature of modern science. Scientists do not want to accept, most of them, some do, but most do not want to accept, that modern Western science, now spread all over the world, is a science of nature. They say it's the science of nature. They do not accept any other view of nature. And therefore, anyone who speaks of nature, they say, oh, that poetry, theater, art, all of these things, that's fine, but nothing to do with science. Nothing to do with science. And so we have to overcome that. And if we can overcome that, then we get to what most people deal with, the socio-political aspect of it. Today, many people, probably many people involved in this program in Tübingen are young. I see the picture of the young scholars, some of German background, some of Turkish background, wherever they're from, who are concerned because of the political, social consequences of the environmental crisis. So it's quite obvious. I don't have to go over it. Those countries which amassed the wealth of the world during the colonial period to the extent that they could have a tremendous advantage over those whose wealth was looted and who did not have the know-how to be able to rebuild everything again, and now are doing now. So it's always a race in which they are behind, and they're always borrowers. The Western countries have to eat from the breadcrumbs of the tablecloth of the West, the leftovers. I'm talking about perhaps too strong a language, but that's for the most part the case. For the most part the case. And it's not only the fault of the West, it's their fault as well. Or if the West wanted to plunder, you should not allow yourself to be plundered. If you did allow yourself to be plundered, with some weakness in you, if a few hundred British officers could take over the whole of the northwestern provinces of Pakistan, what is today Pakistan, millions of people, that's your fault. The British are protecting British interests. And I, as an Oriental, as a Persian, do not have to attack. Why did the British want to protect their interests? I can attack them for trying to cover it up with the idea we wanted to civilize people, we wanted to do this, all of these things, catch up with democracy and these things that is ideas that are floated around all the time. But the important question here, right, is that for us non-Westerners, where the social situation itself has suffered a great deal from centuries of either colonialism or emulation of the model outside of the Islamic world. I'm talking at least Islamic world. The India is very similar, much of the Buddhist world is very similar. In that world, in that situation, it is very, very difficult to simply concentrate on the social plane. The people in the West are much stronger in that. In the same way that when you want to create a metro in Tehran, the capital of my country, you bring a French company. Why don't you bring a company from Yazd or from Cairo or from Tunisia? Why do you bring a company from France? This is the relative situation. In such a situation, I believe that what is most important for the Islamic world, and also other traditional societies, is not to try to change their everyday way of living, just with the pretext of wanting to be up to date. I'll give you one example, just one example. We have a remarkable vernacular architecture in Iran. I have the rest of the Islamic world, but I mentioned Iran, which I know a little bit about. Houses are built in such a way that they make maximum use of the wind and of cool air for the hot summer months, and maximum use of the sun and warm air for the winter months. And remarkable works of architecture which do that, including Baudgir, these towers where wind enters in, goes through a house and comes out again, and all kinds of things. Many years ago, when I was president of Iran's leading scientific university, our American university, I got some money from the government just to study how much more would they have to spend in Iran if we had converted the traditional Persian architecture to modern architecture and keep the same degree of temperature for winter and summer. Just for the big Iranian cities at that time, it came out to over $300 million of that time, which is probably about $30–40 billion annually of today, just for this one item, just for this one item. And I could go down the list, I don't have time here. The way we dress, what to eat, everyday life. We should not hurry to see what the latest fashions are in Paris or New York and emulate them. Try to go more slowly. Try to just let the West taste it to see whether it works or not. Have it tested to see if it works or not. Don't jump at everything. As soon as they build aluminum houses or glass towers in Hamburg, you immediately build a glass tower in Tehran, which is exactly what is happening. Not realizing how much energy comes through those glass towers from the sun, which is much stronger in Tehran than in Hamburg, and how much more money you have to spend just to keep the temperature down. So we have to change our whole way of thinking in confronting the environmental crisis. And if we do, the environmental crisis can be actually a blessing. But what it's doing now is that nature is ringing the bell, alarm bell. If you don't pay attention to it, the fire is going to catch the whole house. We're all going to burn. We know that. So let's not fool ourselves. The greatest danger facing humanity today is not communist China or this or that. It's the environmental crisis. I'm not talking about spiritual, I'm talking about historical, material dangers that are facing us. It's the environmental crisis. And the environmental crisis, I believe, cannot be solved by applying solutions drawn from a worldview which created the crisis, which is what most countries are trying to do. It has to be a re-examination of fundamental principles. Who are we? What are we doing here? What is our relation to nature? You notice I did not speak about God and religion here, but that, of course, is central, absolutely, for all civilization before modern times. What you call it, the Tao, Brahman, Allah, or various names that I'm not getting into. But every time, before modern times, human beings thought of such issues, they're always aware of the divine presence. That our creator, our nature's creator is the same. That we are really brothers and sisters with creatures. As the American Indians so beautifully call various species their brothers and our sisters. They call them that. It's a very profound view that there's a not only biological, but a spiritual link between us and all the creatures. If you love a cat and you have a cat in your house, you know that that's the relation between you and the cat is not only biological, it is also emotional, spiritual, sometimes intellectual. The cat teaches us things. Even a little cat. And so much so for the whole of creation. We are now at a very critical moment of human history. Humanity as a whole, we keep talking about one single village, one humanity, but let's talk seriously. Humanity as a whole cannot live the way modern Western man has lived for the last 200 years. And now pockets of it elsewhere in Japan and Hong Kong and places like that. Cannot live without the earth buckling under. Yes, the West first created the problems, but now we're in the same boat together. No Eastern leader can say, oh, it's all the fault of the British and the German and American, let them fix it. No. They've drilled a hole of the boat, but the boat is not sinking and we're all in it. So we should have a sense of responsibility. All the government talk about the welfare of their people. If you're not going to have an environment in which the people live, what welfare? So this should be at the top of the agenda of every country. Even the psychological welfare of modern human beings living in big cities is related to the environment, very much so. If you didn't have such monstrous urban sprawl, a lot of the psychological problems might have existed. We have cut ourselves off from the therapeutic presence of nature. That's why many of us still instinctively we say, I'm going for a walk in the woods. Why are you going for a walk in the woods? Because it's not only for a biological reason to lose weight, but also gives you calm. Even those who think they're atheists, they really transferred their spiritual reliance upon the divinity onto the immanent divinity, the divinity within nature. We try to reach the immanent without the transcendent reality, which all religions emphasize as being the key, the door to the reaching of the immanent. Anyway, I think I have spoken enough. Yes, my time is up exactly. And I shall stop now. And if anyone has any questions, I should be glad to take just a few questions and answer them if I can. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Nasr, for sharing your thoughts with us. It's been very nice to listen to you. And yes, indeed, we would like to discuss with you a little, and I may ask you to raise your electronic hands as you're used to anyway, and please, discussion is open. Well, maybe at least I can't see that people raise their hands yet. So please let me ask a first question. I do agree with your diagnosis. The environmental crisis is due to, as you said, viewing nature just in a quantified form and restricted to a quantified science and stuff. And as far as I do understand you right, you're saying, well, we do need to balance, or maybe we even do have to replace this quantified view, but at least we do have to balance it, but by a spiritual approach, by realizing that there is some spiritual community of all living beings. And my question is whether this really is enough, because in fact, I mean, in our life worlds, we never approach nature in a quantified way. We love sitting in the sun. We love gardening. We buy flowers because they look nice, because we love them. We love their beauty. So we never approach nature in a quantified way in our, well, let's say at least in our private life worlds. But in science, and since science and technique is so powerful, we tend to use and believe and what the results of science, and so on and so forth. So my question is, to balance it by a spiritual view, is that really enough, or wouldn't we have to rethink the quantified approach to nature and see whether there is some misguiding in this quantified approach, and whether we can we can rethink this quantified approach. One last note, you mentioned Newton and said Newton himself was an anti-Newtonian, and indeed he was a very spiritual man. He was definitely a great believer. He was a spiritual man, but on the other hand, he's the one who developed this mechanical worldview. And so the spiritual and the quantified view has been balanced with Newton, but still he's the one who established this and who started all the technical understanding. So sorry for being so talking so long. I hope you got my point. My question is whether balancing would be enough, or whether we wouldn't have to critically reflect the meaning of the quantified worldview and maybe resurrect this approach. Okay, by now we do have other questions, but maybe you want to ask at least briefly.
The question,
answer,
of course,
sorry.
as you said, was very long and required very long answer, but I shall respond very briefly. As I told you, and I've written so much about this elsewhere, it's not enough to say, all right, science will deal with nature and religion can deal with ethics and spirituality and things like that, and the two are completely separate. That is not correct. What we need is spiritually and religiously rooted understanding of nature to study nature itself. That is, the apple that fell on Sir Isaac Newton's head was not only mass M, it was also an object. It had a form in the Aristotelian sense, a forma, all of which modern science rejected. And as Sir Arthur Eddington, the famous British philosopher of science, wrote, he says, when a scientist sees an elephant sliding down a hill, for him it is mass M coming down an inclination of angle theta. The elephant doesn't matter, the hill doesn't matter, which is a very, very profound comment. Therefore, it is not enough. So a division of labor that people talk about and division of vision and so forth. We need to have a non-modern scientific, but scientific understanding of the world of nature. Now, other traditions like the Islamic, like the Chinese, of course, I don't mean modern communists, but traditional Chinese civilization had sciences of nature, not only metaphysics and mysticism and psychology, sciences of nature, which are very scientific in every way that you can define science, but which were not purely quantity and cut off from other modes of learning. It is not accidental that China produces remarkable centuries of physics. Joseph Needham has written about that in his monumental work on science in China, science and civilization in China. But they were all produced by people who were Taoists, who belonged to the Chinese mystical tradition of Taoism. And you find similar phenomena in the Islamic world and in India. So what we need is to break the monopoly that was created since the 17th century in the West because of the success it had on the material level of a science that claims to be the only science of nature that is feasible, that is acceptable. Once that is broken, once that science is made a science of nature, but not the science of nature, a lot of things can change.
Thank you. There's more questions. Sorry, I got confused. Markus Wirtz is next, please.
I think Georg was before me. Georg was first.
No matter.
Okay.
Markus,
Georg, go ahead. Don't lose time.
Of course, Professor Nasr, I agree with a lot of things you said. I totally agree. Just some remarks about the history of metaphysics in the West, which led to the modern sciences. And if you look at the process which went from Christian theology to late medieval scholastic science and to Reformation and rationalism and the history, at the end we have the natural sciences. It was a process which has a certain logic and which we cannot go in the other direction. And so we cannot really separate on the one side the theistic religion and at the end science. This is the same history, at least in the West. Of course, Islam has another history, but in Europe, you cannot really separate Christian religion and the development which led to natural sciences and go back to a state where you didn't have sciences yet. I think this is a problem with the deconstruction of metaphysics. Here, Heidegger, who says that ontosociological metaphysics, so theology and natural sciences are in one history of metaphysics. So this might be a problem. And the second one, I think modern science is maybe not only quantifying. If you think of all the fascinating results in astrophysics, so understanding of the universe, and also climate change, which has been revealed by modern science. We wouldn't know that climate change exists if we wouldn't have modern science. So maybe this opposition between spirituality and modern science, I wouldn't see that so hard, maybe.
First of all, if you know nothing about modern science, but noted how much the rainfall has changed every winter, you would know there's been climate change, or how dry, if you lived in southern Sahara, it has become during the last decade. So I don't think modern science has shown climate change. Climate change has been felt by everybody, even those who know nothing at all about modern science. Modern science is trying to explain it as to why it's taking place, but certainly this is one phenomenon which was known for everybody. But the other part of your question, you brought up some very profound and very important issues, which it's not really possible in a question-answer rubric for me to even tackle and to answer. They're important questions. Yes, the history of theology and the history of science are not totally separated from each other in the West. However, in the 17th century, when the Galileo trial took place and Cardinal Bellarmine represented the Catholic Church, and after the trial, the Catholic Church decided to wash its hands from direct concern with cosmology and a religious, you might say, view of the universe, leaving it complete to the hands of science. And there came the Jesuits who went to China, who were propagating the Gospels, at the same time were propagating a materialistic science from the West, which they combined together. Since that time, in fact, the West, Protestantism remained mostly acosmic, but Catholicism, which had a cosmic teaching, withdrew to a large extent until the last 30, 40 years, when the environmental crisis had caused Catholic theologians to come forward again to try to bring about or present a Christian view of the world of nature, of the cosmos, which would do justice to nature itself and our relationship to it. But I agree with you, you raised some very, very important questions which have to be addressed. And I just want to add one more to it, and perhaps in a place like Tübingen, you can have a program for something like this. Today, all the questions you posed, all the things that you said, obviously you're a very knowledgeable professor of Western thought, concerned Western thought. Why is it that the same development did not take place in other civilizations? Were they simply too stupid, or was something else involved? This is a very important issue, which I think has to be studied from a scholarly and philosophical and historical point of view, going beyond this European view of taking itself as being advanced and everybody behind, which dominated German universities in the 19th century and other Western universities, and try to look at the issue really globally. But I'm very glad you brought these questions out. There's certainly questions to be pondered upon, especially for the Turks or other Muslims that we have present. I should say, face of some of them and the name of them, some of them. It's a very important issue for the Islamic world to consider. In fact, the whole question of what happened to the end of modern science, of science in the Islamic world, and why it didn't happen in the West in the same way, or in your own country, in Frankfurt am Main, the very important conference that was held several decades ago on this very issue, to which I presented a paper, I remember, a long time ago, and I hardly remember. But anyway, it's a very, very important issue, and is, I think, the Islamic intellectual community living in the West, and now especially in Germany, where the children of the earlier immigrants, many of them have become intellectual and entered the intellectual field. They can render a very great service by, first of all, making the West aware that its experience is not absolute. Western science is not absolute. Its relation to theology is not absolute. It had to do with the structure of a particular civilization, and that these things developed in other ways in other civilizations. Or I think I'll take one more question and we'll stop.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Please take at least 2 more questions, because I have 2 more people who already raised their hands. Georg Stenger is next.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. Sorry, I have to agree with my former colleagues who ask you some questions. I can follow you, and I can, in some respect, I can agree. But what I can't understand, really, you have to help me. Why do you make this differentiation between quantity and quality, or this differentiation of natural science and human science? I would say these are 2 arms of the same tree. Yes, if you see it as a spiritual one on the one hand, and on the other hand, we learned what is causation, what are some laws, in natural laws, and so on. And I would say this is a normal development of the human beings. Maybe it was based, or it was created in the Western cultures or countries, but the other countries you mentioned, they took over that without any question. Yes, you have weapons in every part of the world. You have cars in every part of the world, and I would say I can't understand that you compare these both sides. That is, for me, it's very different levels of self-understanding of the humans in general. But what you, I have the feeling you compare apples with pears in a way. So because of course the natural science have another idea, another questions, so that we can talk now in that way. Digitalization, it's not only possible because of natural science and so on. I'm not a fan of, in every case, for natural science, more than for the other side. But I would say, if you see the development, maybe when you was asking, I was thinking on the position of Wilhelm Dilthey. You will know him, and he was maybe the first one who pointed out in a clear thinking the differentiation between natural science and human science. Yes, though the one is just I have the cause and effect thinking. It's just a thinking plateau, and the other is to find out the horizon where I get understanding, sense, meaning. He's showing that, and later Snow was following them. The 2 parts of the human, of the sciences. So I would say, what is the effort, or what we will gain of your idea that if you say the natural science is maybe the author of these problems we have now with the climate change and with all these problems we are dealing with in the present. I would say that is a bit. What is the help? So I can't understand really. You have to help me, because it's maybe colleague Weidmann was offering at the end of his question maybe to find a balance, a better balance. Yes, and if you see all these philosophers and natural scientists you mentioned, Newton, Galilei, all these, why they were founding or finding all this context in a way which give us an inside of the natural science until maybe Darwin. Yes, of course, Darwin. I would say I'm just more a Nietzscheanism. It's not a Darwinism, but you can find with Darwin that we stemmed from other animals, other trees, of so-called world in general we have. So we mustn't, I don't know, we mustn't fight against from one side against the other side. Of course, we are philosophers, we have all both legs from both sides. Without that, we couldn't understand. We couldn't understand Goethe when he is criticized these natural scientifics before, yes, like Galilei or others, when he was saying colors are not natural. But he was pointed out, and we can find both our interpretation what color is. So I would say we have to find a dialogue, a fruitful dialogue between both, and then we can get, and in this part I am on your side. We can get potential results for these problems we have to deal with. Otherwise, we will be only suffering on that, and we are going back to our poetries or our imaginations of nowadays living. We can do that, but I'm not sure. By the way, I read your book many years ago. It was wonderful. The wisdom of Rumi. Yes. So I agreed totally with you. And when I read Goethe, I can say yes. I agree totally. But on the other side, we have another frame we have to deal with. Otherwise, we will be suffering on this problem in a deeper way, as if we criticize this in this totally way you are doing. I hope it.
Well, you made a long comment. I've got nothing to say. You didn't ask me any questions, so thank you for what you said. But let me just make one statement. Modern science, again, cannot divide the territory as it has done and say, all right, the world of living things and of matter and so forth belong to me. No other science has the right to deal with it. It's all the venue of modern science, and religion or humanities can deal with art, with religion, with even psychology, which is the disputed area in between. I'm criticizing that by saying that modern science is a science of the natural world. It is not the only science. There are other ways of looking at the natural world. Yeah. And just to give you an example, if you have your wife whom you love is in bed and she's very sick, the doctor comes and takes the blood pressure and this and that and all the scientific aspects of her body. You come to the bedside and you feel the pain that she's undergoing.
And I would say we need both.
Yes, but both are real.
Yeah.
Once you accept that the pain is also real, that means the physical reality cannot be monopolistic and absolute.
Okay.
That is the point.
That is the point. But
I'm the last person to say that there's a specific weight of sodium atom is not 21. I mean, I've studied years of physics and mathematics. I certainly would not say that, or the integral of let's say sine is cosine.
Yeah, but
I never said that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that we need another worldview, a paradigm.
Yes, but be aware of the situation. Maybe in the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, how many women who born a baby were passing away because of these births. And
absolutely,
yes. And who was the author who could find or could find new constellations and could say, oh, this is a problem. It's not because God was saying that you have to die. No, it's just only a special one where some medicines and technical things could help and could show.
Sure. Huh? Of course. First of all, before modern times, you had medicine. In my own country, have a sense of medicine was very strong, and people believe that you should go to the doctor and just not wait for God to decide when you would die. This is not however, this very good example that you gave, that very period in which medicine was doing these things, the world was becoming overpopulated in many areas, and we were preparing the ground for what happened in the Sahel during the last decade, in which 1 million people have died. 1 million people have died of lack of water and food.
Okay, yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
So these are all intertwined. And it's not a question, modern science doesn't need to be defended. Half of humanity defended. All these people died of corona here, and the television is always full that you have to turn to modern science, don't listen to what other people say. I did an interview in Jerusalem a few days ago, just to get what the spiritual attitude should be in a catastrophe like this. But this is not what really is usually accepted. Anyway, my time is up. I'll take one last question, and I thank you. You're a thinker. I'm always glad to encounter someone who thinks about issues deeply. That's what we need all the time.
Professor Nasr, thank you very much. But did I get you right? You're willing to take one more?
He said, the chairman, the gentleman in the black, I don't know what his name is, he said there were 2 questions. One was yours. He said another question is coming.
There's one more. Let's take a last question, okay? Because Evrim Kudlu already raised her hand some time ago. So Evrim, try to be short and then
okay,
last.
I will try to be short. I just thank you for your lecture, and I agree with almost all of your opinions. I just want to make it short. I just want to know, what do you think about an idea which Max Scheler evolved in the 20th century, in the beginning of the 20th century, and he said, he also criticized the technicistic and mechanistic-oriented attention to nature, whereby nature is basically dominated. And he also criticized the theistic way of thinking God as an almighty and finite God. So his idea is we have to be holistic, we have to think the man inside of the one cosmos. So I just want to know, what do you think about the idea of becoming God and the man as a co-worker of this God in this cosmos? And can we define a new metaphysical, new spiritual thinking? Because in my opinion, Max Scheler and his opinion of becoming God gives us a very, very valuable, very, very fruitful thinking to save our nature. And because if we cannot say in a destroyed world, the becoming God cannot finish and cannot realize himself. I cannot point out what he's thinking about becoming God, but also werdender Gott. But I just want to know, what do you think about this idea?
Well, let me start with Max Scheler. When I was your age, I used to read a lot of Max Scheler. I've read a great deal of modern European philosophy, the Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and people like that. One of my PhD subjects at Harvard University was Hegel. And your beautiful language, German, for someone like me who's rooted in French and English and Arabic and Persian and other languages, was already a big task to be able to read the philosophical language of Hegel. But I've read much of Max Scheler, and that whole movement that finally leads to Heidegger has many interesting ideas in it in comparison with the dry materialistic existentialism of France or structuralism and other schools that have come up in France, and the analytical philosophy that has dominated the Anglo-Saxon world, so-called the Oxford School. So I always think that the Germans have produced the most interesting thinkers, and metaphysically speaking. I think the last great metaphysician of the West seriously was Leibniz. But nevertheless, Franz von Baader and Max Scheler, people like that, are people who have very interesting ideas. But this question of becoming God, this is not an ordinary question for everyone. This is really an esoteric, metaphysical question which has been dealt with in the inner mystical dimensions of both Islam and Hinduism extensively. And of course, by certain Christians, like Meister Eckhart, your own Meister Eckhart in Germany. In another way, I know both Max Scheler and Heidegger are very much interested in Eckhart. Man can only become what he is. In a sense, one of the great writers in German, who wrote mostly in French, but of German origin, Friedrich Schwann, my friend, I consider the greatest metaphysician of the 20th century in the West, said once beautifully, he said, man is what he becomes and he becomes what he is. It's a very profound comment upon the human state. Now, we cannot become God in the ordinary sense of the term. God is infinite, we are finite, but we are a reflection of God's names and qualities. In Islam, we have a very extensive teaching in Sufism in which man, I mean homo, not male, of course, vir in Latin, in which homo, the human being, man, humana, can display godlike qualities. We are the mirror in which God reflects upon his own qualities and attributes, as the Sufis say, and it's a very, very extensive development of an idea which I think Max Scheler would be interested in if he had ever come across it, of a man like Hallaj who said, I am God, for which he paid for it with his life because people didn't understand what he was saying. But this Anal Haq, I am the truth, with the Haq with a capital H, that is the capital T, if I read on the truth, that is the divine truth, not the truth, mathematical truth or something like that. And this has echoed for 1,000 years among Sufis and Islamic philosophers and thinkers in a way that you don't have in the West like that. It's a very, very famous saying you have in the Quran. There's a beautiful story of Moses going up the mountain, and you have the burning bush, which you also have in the Bible. And as Moses begins to take off his sandal and go up to the sacred site, the bush, the burning bush said, I am God, I am the truth. It's a beautiful Persian poem that it says, if a lowly bush can say, Ana al-Haq, I am the truth, why can't I? So it's remained there as a reality, a very, very profound reality, but that should not be confused if you want to understand the Islamic or the Hindu or in fact medieval Christian understanding of it, to be confused with sort of evolving into God. Because you have that idea very much in the 19th century. I said in German and English, philosophers who wanted to combine evolution with some form of Christian mysticism and man evolving into the divinity. And you have, of course, Teilhard de Chardin, the famous Catholic theologian, who's a heretic in many ways, who was very, very famous. Teilhard is very famous in which he always talks about man moving towards the omega point. Of course, you know, in our Greek alphabet, alpha is the first letter, omega is the last letter, that is the final letter. Man is moving towards the omega point. To which I once wrote something about him, against him. I said, no one can reach the omega point who's not been at the alpha point. And that's why the Quran, in contrast to him, says, وَالْأَوَّلُ وَالْآخَرُ وَالظَّاهِرُ وَالْبَاطِنُ. God is the first and the last, the inward and the outward. And for us to reach the final point to become godlike, we have to have been there. And that's why
I just want to say Sheda doesn't want that man itself becomes God, but the man is helping God to become itself. So
that I think is totally absurd. God doesn't need our help to become himself.
But this is what I mean. What do you think? Because if we think God needs our help, God needs to be real in this world. So we have a main task to realize values, to realize goods. So this is the idea of what I wanted to know, because for me it's important to what is the task of the man? And if the man is a co-worker, not God, he cannot be God, but he can help God to realize himself in this world.
Are you a Turk?
Yes, but it doesn't.
All right. No, I mean, have you studied any Islamic texts?
No, this is my point, because Sheila
not a point. There's a philosophical point I want to bring out.
Yeah, Sheila wanted to overcome the theistic way, because
yes, that's you cannot overcome the theistic way Islamically. I mean, I have nothing to do with Islamic thought, but you could interpret what Max Scheler says in the Islamic sense, in the sense that we reflect God's names and qualities in this world. As the Quran says, Inna ja'alna fil ardi khalifatan. Verily we created or placed upon the earth a khalifa, a caliph, a vicegerent. We are God's vicegerent on earth, and therefore has given us powers and qualities which are godlike. But we don't share in his nature. It's given to us as a gift, as a reflection. That's the point. But it's done if we realize we're Abdullah, we're the servants of God, that we have nothing of ourselves. That is the qualities which are given to us. The fact that I can speak to you. You're in Germany, a lady sitting in Germany, that we can have an intellectual discourse. Our minds can exchange ideas. This, according to the Islamic point of view, which is also my point of view, because of the quality of being the abd, the servant of God, which then allows us to receive God's names and qualities as his khalifa, as his vicegerent. And I think if people like Max Scheler or even Heidegger had read serious metaphysics, Islamic metaphysics, they would have seen what they were looking for right there, except they didn't. Husserl, Max Husserl, Husserl was a real teacher of Scheler, and who is the founder of the School of Phenomenology, probably the greatest of these German philosophers. He says something remarkable. He said, all my life I spoke about being without having ever found being. Tell that to his sister. And now I realize that at the end of my life. But if he were studying Islamic philosophy in Iran, that would not have been the case. That would not have been the case. And so what you're talking about can be understood both in the context of 19th century German philosophy or early 20th century German philosophy, and also appraised judgment point of Islamic philosophy. From the point of view of Islamic philosophy, the answer to Max Scheler would be, we do not complete God. We are God's co-workers in this world in the sense that he has given us certain of his attributes and powers to act as his vicegerent, as a khalifa in this world. We have a responsibility towards ourselves, towards our family, towards our society, towards the mountains in beautiful Alps in southern Germany, to the rivers that flow, to all the birds that sing in the trees. We have a responsibility towards the whole of creation by virtue of representing the central figure in this cosmic ambience that is representing God's names and qualities. But we don't share in making God godlike or anything like that at all, because we have this idea that comes up of this ascending evolution that even as someone like Teilhard de Chardin, who's supposed to be Catholic, talks about, that is through evolution that we reach the omega point, where Christ said, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. We have to put the Alpha aside, but I won't get into that. Anyway, I think I've spoken enough. I wish all my German friends well, both the professors and the students, and may you all find what you seek. And the Christ
Thank you.
Seek and you shall find.
Thank you, Professor Nasr, for this very nice lecture and for your willingness to discuss your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thanks a lot. Anyone else, please stay online for yet another minute, because I want to make two announcements. First is I was mistaken this morning when I said that the membership meeting would start at 7:30. Indeed, it starts only at 8 o'clock. So we're going to meet in half an hour break, and then we meet for the membership assembly. For anyone who's not got the Zoom link, it's a different Zoom link. Since it's a membership meeting, it's a different Zoom link. Please look up the last newsletter that Elise Coquereau has sent. You'll find the Zoom link for the membership meeting in the last GIP newsletter, which has been sent just a couple of days ago. Okay? Please look this up, and otherwise you could maybe write an email to Michael Stadler. Is that okay? Okay. All right. And second thing is we did have some problems with the stability of internet connection in one of the sections this afternoon, and we decided that Pius Mosima from Cameroon is going to present his lecture tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I read you the title. It's African Consensus, Democracy and Nature, an Intercultural Approach to the Politics of Conservation. That's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for everyone who's interested in that. Same link as every day for the conference, even though the regular program with the keynotes only starts at 10 o'clock. So Pius Mosima, 9 o'clock, regular program, keynotes, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and see all members in half an hour's time. Okay, so good night, good day, whatever, and see you soon.
Thanks.